that this person or this individual, oh, there's that roadblock, and then we stop, and fear is that roadblock.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ignition sequence starts. Do we have liftoff? You ready for this, guys? In case you haven't, followed through with some of the videos that I've uploaded on, the path of Kris Nelson of evolvedconsciousness.org and his channel on YouTube and elsewhere, where he's been doing some really cool live streams, and I've been taking apart the homie Theo Lukes and Brandon Spencer have been more of the regular folks that have come through. Sarah Cross has been up for it when she's available, and it's open to anyone who wants to roll through, and it seems to be continuing. So if anyone's interested, please check out every Wednesday night, pretty much at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, which is like 3 in the morning Europa Central Time, and that's when I'd be up, regardless of things going on with him or anyone, because I'll be doing my thing and this and that. And if I'm up, which is kind of more rare, a little bit, or at least in a proper mind state where I'm not knackered from a long ass day at work, I love jumping on these types of open discussions and roundtables and that kind of stuff, live streams, as well as trying to have my own, right? And so it is what it be. And so I thought I'd just upload a single video that has the videos that I participated in, and I'll leave y'all to check out what is not included. Don't go down the list. I'm not in every single one of them, but more than half, and it's just been really cool. And it's also kind of like fleshing out these ideas that we've had, with the One Great Whip Warriors for quite some time, and having Brandon Spencer there, and obviously Kris knows our work and stuff, and Theo Lukes as well. So it's just a cool camaraderie for what it is at the moment, even though, hey, the door's been open for others to join as well. I even stated, hey, I'll leave the chat to make space for others, because sometimes streaming software Kris uses doesn't always have enough space, but enough rambling. So what do you think the great work in your mind actually means? And then listen to what's being spoken about in this series, because they might not be the same, and that's fine. And it's not like we have all the answers anyways. We're all just trying to present what we've learned through our really pretty intense, lengthy, and in-depth research and studies of these things, and proper application and integration in our lives, right? That's what matters the most when learning about these things, right? Is to actually use it and teach it, not just lip service it, but actually have it in our, what do you call it, apothecary of magic, if you will, or whatever, right? So, things to operate on a daily basis, more fluidly aligned to natural law, cosmic law, universal principles, or morality. So just trying to sow the proper seeds so that we can reap more of that good, yeah? Cause and effect. Little pause for respect. Literally last week I worked until like 2:45 in the morning, booked it back home, and I was like on time to just hop on when I felt like it, and yeah, it was a good conversation. So it might be the case in a couple days, and then we'll see what happens after that. So it'd be cool to see some of y'all show up, even in the live stream chat, whatever. Throw up some questions and things that we can kind of also play off of, or you know what I mean, respond to, and all that stuff. So yeah, more hands make lighter work. So even if you're not showing your face on camera and all that stuff, I just hope y'all are out there trying to, you know, do right, you know, in any sense of the term, in any interaction you have going on in life. You know, it's a lot simply stated than actually done, because there's so many social dynamics and complexities, right? So yeah, just maintain that inner compass, right, to that good old wheel of right action, attention, speech, and all that stuff. I have to remind myself all the time. So when I'm speaking in public as well, I'm speaking to myself as well. I'm trying to hold myself accountable as well. I don't always come correct every single time, 100%, you know, in my life. You know, who the fuck does, right? So the more we can just be more humble about these things, and just realize how long this path work actually is, you know, we're not going to be mumbling, fumbling, rumbling around in such a chaotic manner along this path. And speaking of paths, what you know about that sound path to freedom? Well, where Theolux and I are also in the thick of things, you know, organizing stuff. We're doing this watch party, music video, you know, response, analytics with whoever wants to join. So that's another thing that people could, you know, consider joining. So I'll leave a link in the description in regards to the Sound Path to Freedom Telegram chat, which is where all that kind of percolates and all that, and you could just share, you know, songs in that group as well, and just like chat with folks that are just down with good ass conscious freedom minded music. So with that said, yeah, much respects to Chris Nelson, and even if you don't find his videos and stuff interesting, just check out his website, and you could even, you know, make your own videos based off of his works. He's not going to have a problem with it, especially if you're giving him proper credit and respects to that, and where you learn some of these things from. You could do a video based off of just like one of his slides, and that could be like an hour or 3 long, because some of his infographics are that fucking dense, right? And as I mentioned in several videos, is that if you're homeschooling, that is such a prime resource to revisit over and over and over again, to teach your kid so much about natural law and, you know, proper ways of living, as far as, you know, trying to be a moral, good human being within this motherfucking matrix bullshit miasma, right? So yeah, trying to come up with solutions. We don't have it all, of course, you know, but here we are, making our efforts shown and known.
So the great work Launchpad, the idea of helping people get on the platform of them being a rocket ship, and then positioning themselves so that they take off and they get involved in doing the great work. So yeah. Now, what is this going to be about? So if anyone wants to join in, I'm just going to put the link in, and it can be a mix of me talking and other people who have anything they want to talk about. The Great Work Launchpad. So getting people to launch themselves into the great work. So for anyone who's not too aware of what the great work is, well, the great work has to do with doing the work of ending evil, of ending immorality that's taking place in the aggregate, so that we can actually reach true freedom. Obviously, that's not going to be done in an instant. It's going to be a gradual process. And the more people that do it, the quicker it goes. So if it's not done by many people, well, then the goal will never be achieved, because the great work is that work of ending evil, of ending slavery. And if you've been following the Law of Freedom presentation, well, what the condition we find ourselves in is a condition of enslavement, and it's a condition of covert enslavement, but enslavement nonetheless. It's not the overt kind. So if anyone wants to come on, you can ask questions, your concerns, your apprehensions, or tips, comments, anything like that. And I figure I'll do like about an hour and keep it shorter than the other presentations of an hour and then an hour discussion. So just an hour and see how it goes, and I guess have more content for the next Great Work Launchpad episode 2, whenever that comes around. Hello, hello. Today is April 16th, a Wednesday, and it is 9 p.m. And this is another episode of the Great Work Launchpad. So tonight's episode is titled Initiation. Last week was the first one, and had Brandon Spencer come on by. So that was a good guest to have, good co-host, we could say. And yeah, that one was titled Awakening, since we pretty much talked about, the first part of before you even get into doing any content. Well, first you have to wake up to what's going on in the world. And yes, we had a good conversation there about all that stuff, and had a few people in the chat with their comments and some questions. And speak of the devil himself, here we have Brandon. Just a moment. Update that link, and should be coming in any second now. Boom. There he is. Welcome aboard. How you doing?
Howdy, howdy.
Just gonna bring in Derek. Got 3 pilots today. Yeah, so hey Derek, how's it going?
Bonjour, gentlemen.
What's up?
So yeah, I was saying last week's was Awakening, had Brandon, and we talked about our awakening into eventually getting to the great work. And the first part of the great work is working on yourself, the inner work, and alchemy, all that good stuff, and how we awakened, and everything leading up to eventually getting involved in doing some of the work. And yes, that was a good title. I thought of that after Awakening. And so now it's Initiation. How did we get initiated? As showing some examples, some personal experience stories on how it happened for us, and that might inspire other people for them to get started somehow. So I'll let you guys start, and then when it's my turn, I'll connect to my phone and show some of my earlier notes, since I'll be going into the text route as a basic form for people. So Brandon, Derek, you guys can say whatever you want to say.
After you, sir, if you want. I I don't feel privileged to take the first. I missed last week's. It's sometimes not the best hour for me at 3 in the morning, but if you want to jump right into it, Brandon. If not, I could just say something. But yeah.
All right. Yeah, because Kris had mentioned, about writing things down. This is what I started doing very early on. Um, got a whole notebook right here. Still got notes, and I would just, man, like I would write on all different kinds of paper. Just straight, computer paper. Man, like, yeah, because I would write on the back of my kind of like my little pay stub things from being a umpire, So
That's what I got. I got a stack of paper from like bills and stuff. It's like I always look
yeah,
at the back. Oh, is it clean? All right, I
yep,
can reuse and repurpose it. Being
yep,
not want to waste
did,
anything.
yeah, like literally, that's exactly what I did, and would just would watch a video, would come across certain words, would help write those words down, would look them up, would come across certain concepts, would write it down, he'll look it up. Because this was really before I knew what the Trivium was, how I was going into that process of the gathering of, going through that initiation. So I was writing things down, man, because my mind was open and it wanted to learn. So it wasn't just, watching videos and taking stuff in. I think the writing stuff down played a huge factor because doing that along with reading, it was kind of like this balancing act, for me because I had never really, like read stuff, like in my life. But once I started going through that initiation, starting to wanting to learn, and as that knowledge was coming in, because one thing that I had learned was, we are capable of learning pretty much anything we want as long as we put in the will and care. So like there is no limit on, like how much one can learn. So once I discovered that, then this big head like really wanted to get into some big books, and I just started to take in, information, and I literally would just writing stuff down. Because it was when I was writing it down, you read it kind of like in your mind. So it's kind of like you're processing it twice. And it was a way for me to kind of use the repetition because I would always go back, to my notes, and just get it soaked in. But yeah, that was how I started one of my ways of doing the initiation. Um, and the reading part. It was PDF files for me, finding books online. Did some real physical books, but it was more like the PDF files because like I say, this was around 2013 2016 when there was a lot of information being brought out, put out online, and just taking in and reading because that right there helped enhance my vocabulary because like I say, when I would come across words that I didn't know, words I couldn't pronounce, just look those words up, look up the etymology, look up, synonyms of what that word, means. So you can kind of expand, how your language and, gain a more depth and respect for, her language itself and the words that we use. And yeah, it was just the whole writing things down, being able to, to really get it, synced in my own, psyche. Because one thing that I did is I had purged myself. Like I had took myself out of my previous environment of the oversensitilization or the overstimulation of information that was kind of like toward like the conspiracy kind of Alex Jones. Then I had like put myself in this more, true gnosis, true knowledge to like toward consciousness, and it was a huge shift. It was a huge turning point because that was like me, being that hermit, cut off relationships. I had to cut off people because it was about hitting the books, and I literally like just disappeared for like 3 years because I was, just soaking it in, man, and like was literally reading and trying to filter out as much as I could. And then I came across Chris's work, which opened up the doors, and then I started coming across other people's work, and it was like more dots started being connected, or how the universe was leading me, and luckily I was making the right choices to recognize those things. So that was kind of how my initiation started. But yeah, and I've got so many notes, man, like so much stuff scribbled down, so many pieces of paper. You see, hell, I had my astrotheology, like, oh man, like this just brings up good times, because this was the sacrifice right here. This was the part that people didn't see. You spending those long nights, like reading, you not going out because you want to dive into those books, man. So like this brings up a lot of good memories, but like also a lot of you know tough times, because a lot of people didn't really understand, and you really had to give up certain relationships to kind of go on that hermit, that kind of hermit path. And I don't regret it, have not one bit, because I had a thirst for knowledge. I literally would have swum across the ocean to try to obtain have this knowledge. Hell, I would have seeked out like any like so-called death, to try to conquer it, to try to obtain this knowledge. But that was just me, man.
I can totally relate, and I got the notes to back it up, and kind of what you were getting at, and kind of chuckling to myself, just because we've been there and done that and alchemized these things and healed from them, because it can be very traumatic, going through these initiatory stages of higher awareness of what the hell is going on behind the scenes, and Dorothy and Toto, pulling the curtain back and to see, the wizard and all that stuff, and all that stuff. And the thing I was thinking about was how I was kind of like journaling along my way, and but also taking notes, and also kind of like making my little poetry writtens a little bit. It's more scribble, scrabble, but it's the catharsis that we kind of relinquish into these pages as well sometimes, and it's a very therapeutic way, and a proper process for one to learn and also integrate the information. And it's like the energy in motion of all right, so what are we doing with it? All right, so there is action, things are being written down, and we're going to be refining our memory of these things and our rhetoric, because we have references to these things and all and so yeah, Brandon, I could definitely relate with that. It's just takes you back to those humble times sometimes, and just going back to the hermit, and the dedication, discipline, and time and sacrifice it takes to do these things as well. It cannot be like overstated enough sometimes. But has it hanging in regards to one's perspective, and flipping the thing with the Brandon's t-shirt, in regards to Odin, sacrificing himself upon the Yggdrasil, the tree of life, and we have to do that. We have to sacrifice ourselves upon ourselves, uh, to rid ourselves of all these falsehoods, to really reinvent ourselves, to refresh our worldview of all these things. So yeah, flipping the script on the mental gymnastics, but getting the proper exercise and all this stuff. You don't want to pull a hamstring and this and that, especially when knee-jerk reactions come into play, because you haven't gone through enough of the shadow work, if you will, when you get triggered out a little bit too much, right? We've all kind of been there to a degree and this and that. Yet how do we just kind of fall back into like, all right, so we're learning information and we're trying to have conversations sometimes with people, and they're just not on the level, or they're thinking I'm a conspiracy theorist and blah blah blah. So I'm gonna kind of hunker down and go into that hermit mode, learn the things that are kind of pertinent, and in my radar of things that are just like, that you feel that burning desire within you to a degree, right? Do you? So, what, in my experience, aside from like writing things down, when I was doing and, you know, I was talking to Joe Murray for like 3.5 hours, just like literally half an hour before this came on, pretty much. And it was fantastic. And one of the things we covered was, yeah, it's just, people need to really, if we're really trying to get the word out, there's so many different forms of human expression. We have to fall back on, what do you care about? What are you passionate about? What are you skillful in? What do you feel confident in learning more about to actually have that skill set to, work that your art of life, your art of persuasion and communication and deliberation, or, like all these things that, can help out for a better situation. Right. So having those things in mind. And so in like 2012, when I, had these epiphany frequency shifts and all these things, I was already kind of like taking a little bit of notes. I was really lazy on that. But what I would also do was take, timestamp screenshots of, and that's another thing. Like way back then, like YouTube was actually pretty legit. You could find like some pretty good stuff without the censorship in all these things, and like you could actually label alternative media for what it was, as it not is at all really today. So all that aside, so I had all these uh screenshots of, like Manly P. Hall, David Icke, yeah, that good old Carlin stuff, and Bill Hicks, and like Max Egan, all my initiatory things, and some of the Carrie Cassidy interviews way back then, and like Project Camelot. I don't know if anyways, so I would just transform some of those into sound sample snippets and lace it over beats. And I had a lot of hip hop songs that just like had a burning desire of conviction for me to, lay out tapestries. And so that's kind of the building of my channel, AwakenYaMind. So that's my story. I say that to take the time to maybe, if that inspires anyone to do anything similar, there's not a whole lot of folks doing something that I'm doing. I'm not anything near like a high skilled DJ, like and that's kind of what bothers me sometimes, because there's so many better musical artists out there, yet they're not on the level where they really went down deep into the cult and integrated it, and are really having the bronze and balls to really bring that fire forth in these dire times, as Brandon says, a lot in the introductory good old howdy and all these things. So yeah, what are we paying, spiritual currency? What are we focusing on? What are we actually trying to invest in to make positive change for the better and inspire others and motivate them to seriously do that? Kind of like the good old funnel conference as we just had, of inspiring true care to action, that generative principle beating with every heartbeat and step and breath. Possibly, maybe that's a little too much, but like, don't burn yourself out, right? But keep it light as a feather. That's all. Kris, please, yeah, thank you for having me on. Great to talk with you all.
Yeah, thanks for your stories, guys. I have some more questions. Like, so Brandon and Derek, you guys both wrote stuff. You wrote notes, and I wrote notes too. And I started with the text, but you guys didn't start with the text. So you didn't, like, your notes. It was part of, like, maybe what Derek was saying, with like as a cathartic, just to get it out on, put it somewhere. I have a lot of stuff in my stuff's all over the place. Some of it's on like printer paper, where there's no lines. I like that for the like my flowchart stuff and like when I make like diagrams and stuff, so there's no lines getting in the way. Then I got other stuff where it's like writing out stuff in like a 350 page notebook, and also on the computer. You know, you can pop open a file based on like a topic, and you can, when you come across quotes in a book, you can copy them there and paste them in. You can, when you think of ideas, you can just write them in like just in one big note file. And then after it gets past like 500 lines, then you're like, okay, I'm going to start another one. Because when it gets too big, it gets like a little bit unmanageable. That's what I found. So I got like 8 notes files of, it's all on one line, which one line could be like a paragraph. So I got like, some files are like 600 lines of like all these paragraphs, and then they're spaced apart. I got 8 of them. That's based on taking notes and ideas I come from when I'm going through like Passio's podcasts and or other podcasts. And so, and we all have this the commonality of writing out on paper. So something about the paper, you know, it's more tactile. It's more, there's this association with memory. You'll remember things more if you're writing it out with your hands. So Brandon, when you were writing it out, you were like just trying to put it somewhere, right? Like you had ideas or good things, good thoughts, or good material that you wanted to be able to reference later. So you were putting it on paper, and that's what I do as well. And but when you got like initiated into creating content, as far as I know, it was video, right? So what brought you to like jump into the video right away, as opposed to like you know, getting initiated more slowly, like I did, like, you know, with text, and then you could take your text and then you could put an audio with slides to it, and then eventually, you know, that's like a video of your audio, and or just do an audio like a podcast, and then eventually get into video. So what made you go like from your note taking and trying to put your thoughts or that good material into note form or whatever, and then into creating the content? How did that process go? Like what brought you to the video content amongst anything you could have done?
It was suffering. It was literal suffering. It was doing the whole COVID shenanigans, 2020, when I myself started to experience the effects, and there was some internal contradiction going on within me that I had to admit, and it was literally tearing me, you know, like up apart. And that contradiction was, you know, I had, you know, knew what I knew about, you know, freedom, about her morality, about, you know, things we talk about, but I hadn't, you know, stepped into the form of true care and right action. You know, kind of was, you know, like, like you know, helping the ones who were just taking in, you know, more knowledge, more knowledge, more knowledge. But as the whole COVID stuff, you know, started to happen, and you see it, you know, right there held in front of you, then it's like, okay, you can't run away from it, you know. So now you have a choice to make. And if you continue to do the choice that you're making, then you are going to, you know, be engaged in evil even more. And that's like really what like hit me hard, is because like it was on my mind so much that I had like a nightmare, you know, hell about it. Like when something's on my conscious like that hard, and I'm thinking about it like that hard, it eats away like at me, like even to the point where like I'll dream, and I know like you know, okay, I need to do something, and like in that nightmare, it was kind of like a black and white dream, and it kind of reminded you of like one of the memes where you see like this collectivist, you know, mentality, or like this collectivist farm, and like everyone's going into this, you know, like this school or like this farm, they're going in as individuals and they're coming out as pretty much a collective group. That's kind of what their dream was. And I was going around and I was trying to, like wake people up and like, hey, don't go in there. And it was a scary, frightening dream. And I was like, something inside me snapped. I'm like, like I'm not going to continue to be that coward, because there was that contradiction. So I had, been dealing with a lot of, fear, from, speaking online. I always hated, speaking in front of people. And I just had to overcome that because I thought, honestly, slavery, being a slave and seeing everyone else enslaved mattered more to me than whatever little bullshit fucking insecurities and fears that I had, to where hell, like I had to put that like over my insecurities. And that's why I say like it was suffering, because hell, like we say, like it's the suffering part that kind of forces people, like when it's happening, like to you, then people usually don't care. And that's really what forced me to, take my notes and everything that I had been studying for like 5, 6 years, you know, to the actual video form, because I couldn't live with myself if I didn't. It was building up to so much disgust because I knew that I had knew this stuff, but I was still in that 2 out of 3, you know. Yeah, I knew it, felt it, but I wasn't in the form of right action. Like I wasn't in the form of, putting out that information. And there was some of your work that had always stuck with me about the Trinity consciousness. Mark talked about it too, but when your thoughts, emotions, and actions are not in line, whenever you have 2 out of the 3, you're not in sync, you're not in harmony, you are not held on. And as that was going on, I knew it was that last step, that putting information out, that stepping into that next realm, stepping onto the, like the true battlefield. That right there was what I finally had to do. And it really wasn't that hard to do it, like it's just fear, fear that I had built up, from speech problems and all that stuff. Shit that hell I had to overcome. And it was that suffering that forced me to do it. Cause like I say, I probably wouldn't have been here to this day. Like I doubt I would be alive if I didn't do it. Like I probably would have blew my brains out. Like that's how much of a contradiction that I was in. That it was either fix it or yeah. Like that's how much the shit was eating me up. So there's no way that I could have lived with that for this amount of time.
Yeah, that's a good story. Good story for people to relate to, like that inner turmoil, that inner contradiction, that disunity consciousness, where that I talked about it briefly in the karma part 4 of the law of freedom. You can have the complexity of karma as the action or the results of karma level 1, karma level 2, but the things that come back to you for immorality, when you get punished, when the justice comes back for the injustice you created, that's one level. But there's also that self-created karma where you have that in terms of a consequence being applied to you, but from yourself because of your inner state. So the guilt or the shame, things like that. So that can be a powerful motivator. And that's like what you had was this, it seems like the guilt of, not doing anything. That's why you like get into the battlefield, do something about it.
Yep.
And like you say, the as I've mentioned before too, it's like people only care when oftentimes, and unfortunately when the chaos ramps up and the suffering affects them, when it's personal to them. And until that point, it's that level of evil or immorality isn't personally affecting them, so their life is good enough. And then when it when it ramps up, then that contrast is there, that bias, the attention bias. I forget the specific bias, but one of the cognitive biases is when something changes drastically. And that's what I describe it as, like the chaos and the evil just was poking out. So our normalcy was like this, everything's supposed to be like that, and then just things got so in your face and affected a lot of people personally, so they couldn't. It's something that they paid attention to and something that affected them. So then you're more motivated when something affects you personally because it's affecting you, as opposed to just getting involved from caring more. But that's what can act as that initiation impetus, ignition of that care within you. So you care enough to a certain point. Like my Funnel 4 presentation was all about like different levels of care, one of the last slides. And so you care enough to like start learning things, but there's still that apathy in you if you're not taking that care to the next level, like you say, that other realm, and taking what you know and doing something with it. Because knowledge itself isn't power, because you're not doing anything with it. So power is a force exerted in the world. So only when you're doing something with what you know does it actually become power, because it's being used in the world. And that was a good experience to share. Also like to know like why the video, that's what you were most comfortable with. Like, you mentioned your speech issues. That must have been like a hurdle to like get right into the video, or even if you would have done a podcast, it would have been, you wouldn't have been on video. But, the writing, I went there because it was easier. Just that's what I was trying to get at before. Like, why didn't you choose writing? Why did you go directly into video? And what do you have to say about that?
Oh, because around the time during the whole COVID shenanigans, my cousin had reached out to me. He and I have done like 2 videos. His name's Carlos. His dad was in like the rap industry, but he reached out to me like before COVID, and like we was doing the kind of video chats, and something in the back of my mind was like, hey, you had done these video chats with Carlos for like pretty much months and months, so you're already somewhat, familiar with being in front of a camera. So it was just what felt comfortable at the time. And I didn't know what I was doing. And it just felt to be the most easiest thing, to just record yourself, because you can see yourself back and, play it back and, feel all those uncomfortable, feelings. But it was just something that at the time you kind of just wanted to, like just jump in. And, have my writing skills were so dusty, back then. Because when I started writing on paper, I never really took it to technology till like after I started doing my presentations. But yeah, it was just, that's what felt right at the time, because I was doing these video chats with Carlos during COVID. And that was the thing, like everybody was working from home, like the whole video stuff, podcasts and stuff, I was jumping. So I was like, hey, what better time than now?
Right on. Yeah, makes sense. If you're already talking with people maybe about some of the subject matter, they're interested in it, and you're already explaining it to them, then it's pretty logical to just take that same format and put it out there for anyone to come across. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, real quick, because I was just kind of reviewing a video I did around this time last year, actually. The video creator motivator type of vibe of just I kind of did that reference of, yeah, we've all kind of had these Skype calls and this and that, and so it's like, yeah, how hard can it be just translating that, type of conversation to a camera? We're by yourself, but yeah, sometimes like there's all these feelings. There's sometimes the butterflies if we're not used to it or acclimated properly, that just arise out of nowhere sometimes, just because all of a sudden you're like, oh shit, like it's an interesting thing. And yeah, it's like we got to break that fear, and just sometimes you can think about some illogical things, or something not that silly or whatever, but think about how many whack ass people out there just talking out of their ass, either running off of misinformation or disinformation, or actually paid to spew that jargon out. You know, what you're saying, if it's in line to truth, that is more golden than what the hell they're about. So there's things to keep in mind, and to try to build up that confidence, right? And then along the way, refine your rhetoric. I've recorded over 100 videos of me taking the camera out and like, I'm gonna say something, and it's kind of like off the cuff, although I had something in mind, and like it's just, you got to go with it. And even if those 100 out of plenty of other videos that are already public, those never saw the light of day, but they still meant something, and we're building towards something. So it's all about getting those reps in. And yeah, we can harken back to having those cool conversations, and kind of, if you're trying to overcome those stumbling blocks, speaking to a camera and you're just by yourself or whatever, try to have in your mind and like draw back those feelings of being in that cool comfort zone, in like, or being in the zone of speaking that truth stuff with the homie or cousin Carlos, like Brandon was. And it can help one just be more relaxed with these things. And yeah, and at the same time, like, wow, you hit record and you might have stumbled, whatever. We can all just make a couple edits, right? We don't all have to do live streams, especially if you're kind of new to this. And going to what Brandon was saying, it's like, yeah, it took you around like 4 or 5 years of studying these things before you actually put videos out. Is that?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. And so, like, but what do we have today? Like the TikTokification. People have been studying this stuff for like 5 months or 5 videos or 5 days, and all of a sudden they're putting out their own content as if they got it figured out, type of shit. Sometimes there is efficiency to information, and it's a mixed bag of how people take these things in. But holy smokes, sometimes people are just like getting way too ahead of themselves, and they need to kind of check themselves before they wreck themselves. And yeah, like there is the trolling and all these things that come with it, and that's not to deter someone from putting out content or whatever. But yeah, people have to maintain their boundaries and stuff like that. And yeah, like folks that are getting the onslaught of whatever, or just want to shut that shit the fuck down, yeah, turn your comments off, or just like forget about it, right? If you're just trying to educate people and do your thing, then do that. If you want to do your video essays and not show your face, do that. You don't have to show your face and this and that. Just be an honest, genuine, authentic individual, right? Coming from the hardcore intelligence.
Yeah, for sure. Videos like the final step, the final frontier of our content creation journey. Brandon just jumped into it. He was so used to it, but it took me a long time. So that's why I started with the text. And so anyone out there was wondering, like, how do you get started? Are you shy? Okay, I was shy. But you have that motivation. You have the fire ignited that you want to do something. You don't know where to start. So how can you start? well, you gotta, like Derek was talking about, you gotta collate various information. So it could be from one person. You could go through Mark Passio's work. It could go through Passio and Sarion and Ike and Maxwell and Hall, and and like connect a bunch of ideas and just talk about a bunch of whatever you believe is true or whatever, and put out a bunch of stuff. And yeah, like the TikTok now is you get more views just by doing shorts, just by putting your face up there and talk for a minute, and then whatever. But you gotta do that that knowledge input grammar phase, not just watch 5 videos and think you know it all. So you can go out and talk about it, but one of the aspects that I had early on is that I wanted to have a relative degree of like certainty and confidence that what I was saying was true. And in retrospect, some of it was belief, but you gotta have that. That's like a whole other topic we can talk about there. But so you can put out information, and part of the responsibility is, well, is what you're putting out is true. So that's why being able to discern truth from falsity, that's the whole aim of the game, the whole part of the inner work, and that's what has to be done first. I have this infographic where here it's like, it starts off, outer work is low on the graph and the inner work is at the top, and as time goes by, you've done the inner work for maybe a few years, and the outer work could have been like nothing, could have been just like Facebook posting or whatever. But then it's going to start to cross at some point, and you're always going to do inner work, but then you're going to be doing outer work more. And until you do the inner work, you shouldn't be doing lots of outer work, because you're like a newbie, juvenile in the game, and don't have yourself developed enough. So you gotta, you weren't raised, and you gotta raise yourself, and you gotta raise yourself to a significant degree before you go putting stuff out. So you can go on forums and interact with people there, and you're sharing ideas and stuff, and that's usually one way that a lot of us start out. And like Derek was saying, you can just go put out whatever content you want, but you have this certain responsibility to at least, what are you putting out? Is it just, you go, there's all this alien stuff. Well, how do you know any of that's true? It could be true. Like, there's all this, like, these cool stories of Alex Collier and the Draconians and the Greys and Alpha Centauri and all this stuff. And I read some of that stuff, and like all that stuff's interesting. And you can go talk
Project
about
Camelot.
it. What? Yeah, Camelot and all that stuff.
Yeah, Project Camelot, yeah.
But it's people making claims of truth, and then you're going to take their claims, and then you're going to be like, oh yeah, I believe you. And then you're going to talk about it as if it's true, but you don't even know if it's true. So anyways, in the higher level of the great work, it's about putting out things that are true, especially relative to moral truth. That's the highest level, because the goal of the great work is to end evil and slavery. So if you're not going to be talking about morality at that highest level, then it's never going to happen. So there's always got to be a moral mix-in. So you got to have your truth foundation for morality there when you get into that higher level. And so you could just be creating content, but it doesn't mean you're necessarily really doing the great work. Because if it's not mixing in anything about what's right or wrong in some aspect, or the self-knowledge, having people understand things about themselves, and that journey of the alchemy and the inner work, then you're not in that level of the helping people on that first level of doing the great work within themselves, and eventually reaching that great work to repeat that process that they themselves received, and keep the chain going of influencing others to change as a magician or a wizard. So in that process of where do you start how do you get started? So you got to have some knowledge. And, you could have gone across many books and many videos and audio. And some people are like, oh, I don't know where to start. Well, here's an idea. And this is how I did it. You go through someone's content who's already put out information. In my case, it was Mark Passio. As I've said many times, the greatest single source of information for quality truths, I find, is Mark Passio. So you could go, episode 1. What does he talk about? Oh, he's talking about truth. Well, do you want to talk about truth? No. Go to episode 7, talking about the higher self or something. I don't remember if it's 7, but you could go into the methods of manipulation, tackle one of the methods of manipulation, like divide and conquer, the Hegelian dialectic, controlled opposition, other things. So let's say you start with the first episode. That's what I did. I went through like the first 10, and my first 10 or 12 articles or something were Mark Passio's information, and I like put it in my own words, maybe added some stuff, and so it was my own way of expressing it. So that's one way you could start. You go through Manly P. Hall. He's got tons of audio. You pick one that interests you, and what does he talk about in here? So you can like summarize it and just write it up. I'd say like at least 500 words. Don't go less than that, or else it's like what's that, like a 3-minute read or something. 1,000's pretty decent, and you could go bigger. I went. Mine were pretty big to start off. I was they were pretty big articles. So if you want to start smaller, people have they're in the whole TL. DR, too long didn't read, so short stuff. But 500 words, 1,000, they can get through it in a few minutes. As if you just want to hook people in and get them to just go through your content. But if you want to really elaborate on something, then you're probably going to go like 1,000 plus words, 2,000, etc., to really hash out the concept and get into it and explain it more thoroughly. And that process, you're probably going to learn yourself, because through teaching, that's one of the strongest ways that we learn as well. And so if you want to start, that's one way you can get started. It's really easy. Go online, look at one of the great ones who came before us, look at someone's new content, and summarize what they said, or go into it deeper, or just reiterate what they said. The point is to get more of the core quality truths about moral truth and like derivatives on self-knowledge and how we function in consciousness that can help us discern truth from falsity, things like that. To anything that gets you towards the goal of ending evil, of ending our enslavement. So all that content, putting it out there, is more for other people to potentially come across, and that can get them to learn. And that's the whole point of it. So just as something I can show here, as I got my phone here hooked up to my Droid Cam, so I don't know if it's too visible, but you can see people who've seen my presentation on speak truth into existence. Well, here was my first scribble on that, So here's my notebook. This is before I was into the computer paper. I was using this 300-page notebook, and it's just full of pages of just one thing after the other. Like, what was this one about? This one's about human to human sphere of interaction and with animals, and it's on all the pages. Like, it's double-sided, and it's just woo. So we got, what does this say? Okay, 250. I was a liar. It wasn't 350, it was 250. So we got back-to-back, put on Passio's podcast, put on some Manly PL, put on some whoever, people who talk about some good concepts. And, I don't know what this is about. I got just
Hit the books.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then when you come across stuff, just write it down, and you come up with these ideas. And what's this about? I don't know. I got some collapsing thing. Oh, this was this one's probably a reality processing presentation on the absolute and the relative, and how it's like a frequency, and just a bunch of stuff. This one's a wheel of, I don't know, that looks like the horoscope, astrology, astrotheology, and just like put everything that comes into your head. I mentioned that to Brandon. We talked about it at the end of the last episode off air, that you have an idea, you have an insight, you're listening to something and it connects information, and you have an insight, and you're like, yeah, that's a good idea. All right, cool. And then you just leave it there. You're not going to remember it. You got to write all of this down. Every idea you have, when you hear someone say something useful, here's one that looks like the logic thing I had, but it's not that. Every idea you have. Here's one on our interconnection and caring more, and our compassion, expanding our level of compassion out. And so all the ideas you have, when you listen to something and it triggers something, just get writing, write it down. And then you're going to write like a bunch of stuff out. And, at the end you could end up with like a page. So sometimes I go on for like 3 pages. I would like write on, okay, Passio said this, and then it's like, and then after I'm like 2 or 3 pages later on just like dumping it out, and then it's there. And then if you're like looking for, here's one on consciousness, going from existence to your self-perception, awareness and consciousness, and then you got all the things tied together. This one I think I made into an infographic. So when you're looking for like, okay, I want to write an article. Well, then you got this big ass notebook of like pages, and you can go through it 1 page at a time, or go through it and you're like planning ahead, and you're like, okay, next Saturday, oh yeah, there's this page of this thing that I did with this infographic. I could turn it into an infographic and work on that for the next week, and then put it out just as an infographic, on the weekend. Make a post on Facebook, put it on my site, get a site, or make a video about it, describe what you did. And but if you don't get it down, then you're just relying on like your super awesome computer memory to like remember every single thought that you've ever had in your life at every moment, and be able to recall it like on the snap, like, yes, at 10:23 a.m. last Tuesday I had this thought, and now I always have it here, and I always know that it's there, and I'm going to remember it, and this is what I'm going to write about. No, it doesn't happen like that. You're just going to forget everything. And what happens to me when I don't, I'm like, oh, damn, that thought that I had. And then I didn't write it because I was in the car, and I was like, okay, I got to remember to write this note down. And then I don't. And then I'm like kicking myself in the ass the next day. I'm like, oh, what was that thing that I know that I liked and I wanted to write about, and then I forgot to write it. But if you write it down, you're not going to be forgetting about it because it's written down. Then you can just go like, okay, yeah, it's in like around here in my notebook, and then you can talk about it. So this is how you get started. This is how you get started here. Derek's done it. Brandon's done it. I'm showing you. I've done a bunch of it. And, this is the old notebook. This is my old notebook, by the way.
Oh,
I got
shit.
another one.
Can I just throw a one-liner in real quick? Because
Yeah,
it's a good reminder for people to recognize and realize, and I'm sure people have taken notes. Yeah, sure. It's like anything you've written down, whether manually, digitally, whatever. It's like that is great material for you to use as a template, build off of, or just, kind of improvise off of to make a simple video out of just that, we don't have to like overcomplicate these things sometimes, especially if you're kind of just, getting your feet wet or just kind of new to these things, right? And Yeah, it's like for me, doing it for over a dozen years and using different computer software programs, we all know that there's still things to refine and learn and be acclimated to. And yeah, of course, there's like software updates and things like that, and like there's learning curves to all these things. So yeah, we got to be patient with ourselves. It's easy to get a tantrum over these digital dilemmas sometimes. I've been there. But yeah, anyways, that's all, Kris.
Cool. Yeah. So that was my idea for initiation on getting people to, how do you start? How do you get initiated into it rather than sitting on the bench, getting involved in the game and get off the bench, get in the field. That was for you, Brandon.
I kind of wish I had on the full shirt, almost
Start
kind of
the
like
journey,
symbolic.
yeah.
Yeah. Because like that's what the initiation process is supposed to be about. Is you wanting to change, you doing that leap of that leap of faith. You jumping into that unknown. You recognizing your own ignorance and wanting to change that, wanting to elevate that. Chris, when you was talking about the pretty much like you was talking about the kind of like that little thing, and I thought of like the sound wave. Then I thought of kind of like green language, but a wave, kind of almost sounds like raise if you say it, you know, like put a little tone on it. So sound wave, and then to raise consciousness. But yeah, how when you create that diagram, because that was kind of on point, how the way that you had explained it. But yeah, this whole initiation process, um, something that we all should be have going through. And one thing that I wanted to add that I forgot to say is before I had started doing this content, I never shied away when like Mark would hammer into his work about the individuals who are knowledgeable, who should be should be getting involved. I never would like turn his podcast off. Hell, when he would go on his tangents. Chris, you would even say the same thing, like in your earlier work, how you would kind of, say the same thing and try to inspire people that if you know this stuff, you need to be getting involved. I never shied away, how when y'all would say those things and I would take it in and just hear it and deal with whatever emotions, that came along with that and just experience that and not turn off the video, not make excuses for myself, and I would just be honest. Be like, yep, I know this stuff, but I'm just not there yet. I'm still in that realm of cowardice, still in that realm of fear, still in that realm of, her being scared. So I just wanted to put that, her in there.
It's like it's that sacred masculine voice of accountability as well, and like righteous indignation type of thing, like sounding the horns, like, hey, like, what are we doing, guys? And like, we need some help. Like, we need some serious fucking help.
Because people will shy away from that aspect, once, you turn up the pot, people will start to shy away, get into that emotional mind control. That was something that I never did. Never. It's like, well, shit, hell, I'm just gonna, deal with it, deal with it. Sometimes you gotta man up, sometimes you gotta toughen up. Just deal with the shit.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, the battlefield, right? We got to step onto the battlefield and recognize that we're still dealing more or less in the ethers or internet, and it's like we got the S words, with the swords, right? And people aren't all that kind of polite with their words, but it's a lot less harmful than actual physical fucking altercation and things that could be a lot worse, and the worst is yet to come. So we gotta sound the horn louder and fucking louder. And you know, check out what Brandon's doing. He set up a 24/7 live stream. You could do something just like that if you're not if you're more technical than vocal or whatever, there's so many different ways we can have these expressions of consciousness or relaying the message to other people. Or hey, like if you're able to help donate to people that can need it, that would actually excel their efficiency and all these things, right? So yeah, just throwing that out there.
Yeah, there's contributing to the work, even if you're
Yeah.
not necessarily going to do it yourself. Like some people have been very dedicated, like Mark Passio. They put in a lot of time into getting the information out, and so when you donate to someone who's dedicated like that, then they can continue doing their efforts on a continual basis because they have the time, since the monetary aspect of their life is more or less being taken care of, or at least in part, depending on how many donations they get. But if you get enough, then it can be a full-time thing where it's every week or whatever, you're preparing for your next delivery of content, and you got the time to make the slides and everything, and put the information, organize it in a logical progression, and put it out. Or if people are doing an event or a seminar or a conference, then you can help out that way, doing behind the scenes video or something, or editing video. There's a bunch of different ways where you can get involved. That's how I sort of started. Like people who aren't that well known, but they had like a podcast or something, or they had a site, I would help them with their site or things like that. And just in the background, like as an unknown person, just helping in little ways, or making little images or something. And and then eventually, I made my own site and made my own content. But there's like all these little ways that can eke you towards that end goal that you might feel you're not ready for, and you might feel like, okay, I need to learn more. In the meantime, you can help other people. If you have more technical ability than them, you can help them in a technical capacity. Or if you're doing well for yourself monetarily, and you want to encourage other people who you value their content, then you can donate to them. Yeah, I guess that's about it for.
Here's a idea, something that I've been thinking of. We have AI is incorporated in a lot of video editing software. There's a lot of videos that can be uploaded, and you can put the closed caption into other languages. Because natural law is pretty much only talked about in English from what I've seen. So there's a lot of content how that can be put in Spanish, and how all of the other languages. And I know how there are people out there who are multilingual, or put it into some of these programs, and of course just go back and check the closed captions, of course, make sure that they are correct. But with a lot of how the software is so it's so advanced, that shouldn't take too long how to do it. And that's something that people can start doing. Because I know there are some people out there who have taken marked videos and put them into other languages. But yeah, that's another way that people can get involved. And then there's are a lot of videos that can be transcribed into like other forms of text, and pamphlets and books. What Chris Jansen, what he knows someone who's printing out the an evil book. So that's just another means. Like if you have a certain tool and you can lend, like Chris and Derek, was saying, if you can help someone, video edit, if you are good with audio or producing, how maybe you can lend a skill there. There's a lot of stuff that's, done behind the scenes that a lot of people aren't familiar with. How maybe you have a lot of, tech laying around, how maybe you can, donate it to, certain individuals who may need a new camera, who may need a new microphone, who may need a new, health device. Cause, hell, this tech isn't cheap, and hell, you should be at some point maxing your shit out. Hell, that's what I've done. So as you progress in your craft, you should be at least wanting to upgrade. Hell, I know I've done that many times. Max out my RAM, max out my SSD, hell, max out my CPU, and then I'm like, shit, I need to freaking upgrade. But how that comes hell along with it. So
Yeah. And for people to, so all this is like, I guess, whetting your appetite or getting your fingers dirty, even if you're not going to do it yourself. And that's very important, what Brandon said. Translations, obviously, you could pick Mark Passio's work. You could pick anyone's work. And, if they have video or if they have audio, then the work is almost done for you. You could take audio, you go into DaVinci or whatever program, you put the audio track, and then you just put slides up that match what they're talking about. And then you could start creating content that way. And you don't have to necessarily write things yourself. You don't have to do audio yourself. You don't have to do video yourself. You're taking someone else's audio and you're making a video of it, and you're like adding a different way for the content to be consumed. That's more than just the audio. So it has the visual element. You could take like the translation thing is a great idea. Someone whose work is important, you take it and you just put the subtitles or whatever, use AI, do it yourself. Or you could mute them and then, talk over their own presentation, which has all the information, like slides or whatever. And that's been done in French for the Natural Law Seminar by Passio. So you could do that for any language on anyone's content. And then that information, gets up there in another language. You could do it yourself. And that's like the people who do that for Mark Passio's Natural Law Seminar, like they're just translating every single thing that he says and making it available in another language. But then the next step is, well, you could just talk about it instead of just taking what someone else said and then, putting their volume really loud and then speaking about it. And that's like a translation of their work verbatim, but you could do your own content. It's not, that part might be just easier because it's already there and you just have to know what they're saying and then translate it. And yeah, making your own is a little more involved and more difficult, but you're already almost there. So there's like all this stepwise progression of getting the first step and the second step and the third step and the fourth and the fifth. You can keep incrementally, gradually increasing the level of complexity, the level of your involvement, the level of you putting yourself out there, and build up that confidence. And that's like how
because it's not gonna happen overnight. Yep, it's not gonna happen overnight.
Yeah. And yeah, just start somewhere. Like someone's got a site, or maybe they got videos, or they don't have a site or something, and you know how to make a site, and you could offer your help. They do podcasts, but they don't do video. You could be like, hey, do you want to learn, your content? I really like your content. I know how to do video editing. Well, would you like some help on putting that out? I could do it for you. I could help teach you how to do it. There's like different ways. So one of the things Derek said at the beginning was, what are you good at? What are you passionate about? So if you use that as one of your strengths, then you're already using a quality, a capacity that you have that you already know, that you're already doing, that you're already familiar with, you already have some level of skill in doing, and you're applying it elsewhere, and trying to help the effort, to help other people, and just grow in your own process of how to be the true media, because that's one thing I mentioned in the description for the live, and I wanted to mention at the beginning, but I guess I'll mention it at the end. Check out How to Be the True Media if you don't know if you're what is it, a Ludtard? No, a Luddite? Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, the where you're not very technically apt, or you're afraid of computers or don't know how they work. That was never an issue for me. Ours,
It's great for the intermediate as well. It's like
yeah,
I'm not gonna poo-poo it myself. I know there's a lot of great value I can learn from it, and I've been making content. Such a dirty word sometimes, but in the conscious quality context of the word, making proper content and being able to navigate the web in so many ways. Like he's a web wizard, pretty much. You're going to be learning a lot of things and life lessons along the way as well. It's not just, and it ain't no walk in the park type of thing too. And just like anything, just like you're going to pick up a sport or a new skill or a hobby, it takes time to learn these things and get acclimated to them, and the learning curve, as I mentioned, and etc. And so be it. So take your time with it, have the patience and compassion for yourself to keep that passion burning, like that eternal lamp, as far as Brandon's been evoking with that presentation. Y'all remember that one?
2 years ago, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, good times, good times.
Yeah, so real quick, because and yeah, Kris, I always appreciate your presence in the European Natural Law chats and this and that, and part of the inspiration and hopefulness of that, and not the hopium aspects, but for people to speak these principles and truths in their native languages as well. It doesn't always have to be AI, of course, and that can help and make things more efficient for sure, especially if they just want to pump some things out that are already made. Especially, like, think about those classic online or like real life conferences, like the Granada conference, where you had a lot of folks, John Rappaport and other people, but or the Free Your Mind conferences and all these things, right? That they can be revived with some just the text or whatever, or the translation. So think about it.
Yeah, somewhere to start. Pick anywhere, dude. Just start somewhere and start that, because it'll be like a snowball. If you really do have that initial care that needs to be developed more, you pick somewhere, um, text, help other people, a bunch of different things, and you build that confidence. Could be group video chats. Like, some people might not have the confidence. You could get together with a bunch of people, and like everyone takes their turn. You talk about a topic, and it gets you started to like break the ice on your, maybe if you're shy or if you're not familiar with how to do it and don't know how to start, and it gets you in the mojo of that content creation. It doesn't really apply for writing. It's not like you're gonna get together with like 5 people and write an article or anything, but it works for podcasts, for videos. But that's another way that people can get started, get their feet wet, and then jump in eventually at some point. But yeah, the initiation, start somewhere. You got to start somewhere and start helping other people, and then you do it yourself, or just jump right in yourself and get together with other people. And if you need that confidence boost and familiarity and all that other stuff that appeals to people, to do it in a group rather than just doing it by themselves. And yeah, I guess we'll end it there. If you guys have anything else you want to add before we close it out.
Just gonna kind of reiterate what Chris and I, like the main focal point that we had touched upon, last week, is no matter what you create, there has to be some moral truth, moral philosophy, behind it. And like I said, I think this is where a lot of people are missing the mark in their teaching, and they are leaving out the moral principles that are going to lead toward freedom, and therefore they don't really know how navigate and how manifest freedom, because they don't know the inherent quality that's going to generate freedom, which is how moral behavior. So 'cause again, that's where I'm going to always shine the light, is on the moral principles and on doing the internal work. Those two aspects are the most important, because that's how we get to truth and a understanding of ourselves, and build a true world based in freedom that we probably won't ever see in this lifetime, unfortunately. But we're still trying. So, so the future generations can hopefully see it.
Yeah, and so what kind of motivation are people bearing in mind and able to keep that fire lit throughout the darkness? Like, we have to think about the future generations. The whole, planting a seed for a tree that we're not going to, be able to profit from its fruits or whatever type of thing, but it's for, the future generations and all these things. So yeah, ignition sequence start, huh? It's a really cool thumbnail you got there, Kris. And yeah, I guess in conclusion, right, with Brandon, what are you talking about? Yeah, just part of that initiation always starts from within. So yeah, the proper integration of the information and running it through the proper filtration. And did I say integration? To have a proper info station that is going to be effective to help move hearts and minds. And it seems like you have to start at the heart from yours to the other, kind of like that law of correspondence in a sense. And how are we corresponding with other people using your art of persuasion and all these things? And you can check out cool videos we've done with the One Great Work Warriors in regards to like the art of the craft. Really had fun with you guys, Brandon and others. Kris, I think you saw that. But just, hey, exactly, like, and I like how you articulated that, Kris. So yeah, highlighting your qualities, and you can you really gotta focus on your strengths and have confidence in those. Take the ball and run with that, and just keep going forward with these things. And don't let the haters detract you and all these things. It's just, unfortunately, it comes with the fucking territory. And hey, it could be fucking worse, because our ancestors used to be stoned to death for saying these things. So things to consider. And I wish you all the best out there. And I can't see any of the live stream comments or anything like that, but thanks for anyone listening out there, whoever's active or whatever. But and also, yeah, Kris, thank you so much for just having this available for people to listen to, and invite others to join on. So I hope to see others as well partake. It's open, apparently.
Yeah. Not many people this week. All the messages have been shown. Last week there was quite a good interaction. This week it's like dead. But oh well. What can you
Chris,
do?
once you started showing people everything you was writing down, and then and then trying to influence them, and then they start realizing, man, like, this is what I have to do. People are gonna be like, yeah, people are gonna be out. People are gonna be gone. You know, because like, man, you're telling me I have to do work, I have to write stuff down, I have to read. Like yeah, people are going to be out of there quick. So
Yeah, that's
sadly,
a good point. That effort and dedication is something that seems to be lacking, I guess, on a lot of people, and something to develop. Well, that's why the care. It's all about the care. That's what fuels it. If you're not motivated to do it, it's because you don't care enough. So you got to work on that, ignite that
yeah.
flame, make it bigger, pump some fuel
Yeah, and
into there.
if you don't mind me saying it, it's like, you know, how many times have you seen me coming on these live streams at like 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning? Right now it's 4:20 in the morning. Hey, light it up because it's the fucking joint.
Oh shit.
Let me get to the point, because, you know, what the fuck is everyone else's excuse? You know, I'm doing this, you know, at the risk of my health, possibly, you know, for other people, and people need to get more comfortable outside of their comfort zones a little bit. And what are you willing to sacrifice, right? What is driving you to do this? You know, get to the fucking heart of the matter sometimes, you know. And I'm not like hound dogging anyone who's, you know, not willing to do certain things. I take things a little bit to the extreme, you know. But at the same time, it's like we can do a little bit better, I think. And as I see myself, I can do better even at the current state that I'm at. And that's kind of, it's a positive driving force, I guess, that I just keep in my breath of life, if you will. So I'm trying to inspire, you know, that spirit for others who are listening, you know, to take that with you and be more active with it, I guess.
Yeah, thanks you guys for being here, for the inspiration and the motivation, talking about your stories and experience to inspire and motivate others, to get them to understand, you know, how did some people who are doing stuff, you know, how did they start? How did that process begin? So that was the purpose of this this episode of the Great Work Launchpad initiation. How did we get initiated? And inspire other people to initiate themselves. And yeah, I had something funny to say based on what Derek said the previous time we talked, but I forget what it was. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Things are good. You know, we used to be stoned to death and everything, and now we're not. So, you know, our level of slavery is pretty good. So in the end, you know, if this is what slavery's like, then shit, fuck, we're well off. You know, why bother doing the great work at all? This is pretty good. This is some comfy shit we got here. You know, we don't need to do anything. So I'm just kidding, obviously. So yes, things are pretty good. We're not being burned at the stake. Things have been worse, and in some ways, and things are worse now in some other ways. And we're going back downhill. I've said that before. History's been going like shit, and then a little bit better, and then shit, and then like a little bit better, and now we're turning back down to that shit path. We're going uphill, and now looks like they're going back downhill. So yeah, thanks again, guys. Maybe see you next week. Maybe I'll have I don't know what the next one will be, if there's episode 3, what the topic will be, or if I'll have Law of Freedom part 5, Karma part 2, Karma something, another part on the Karma. I've been taking it easy, lazy since pumping out those first 4, and yeah, gotta get back to more dedication on doing those, finishing up those slides. That's why these episodes have been easier to do. More just talking about stuff, less preparation and work to get as opposed to a presentation with slides and information. I gotta formalize. So yeah, we'll see what I'll do next week, and probably see you guys back around on the flip side. So thank you very much for tuning in. I appreciate you coming by, being some co-hosts. Great job. Thanks for sharing your experiences and everything.
Thanks for having me.
Have a good evening. Hello, my name is Kris Nelson. My site is evolveconsciousness.org. And this is another episode of the Great Work Launchpad, episode 4, with title Barriers to Initiation, Facing the Mirror. Shadow work, aka shadow work. And that is the same name as episode 3. So this is part 2, continuing this breakdown and diving into the shadow, the self, the dark side, the inner, getting to know yourself, facing the mirror, a thing that most people don't want to do, and the barriers to initiation. Oh, we got an early bird here. All right, let's pop that in. And there we go. We got Derek. Oh, and we got another one. We got Brandon coming up. Where's this box?
Yes, gentlemen, Kris. Always a
How's it
pleasure and
going?
honor. Brandon as well. Legends. How y'all doing?
All right, you?
Great. Yeah. I was intrigued with just like facing the mirror. I love that title, and I love what it sparked to mind and stuff. I'm not gonna delve into it right away, of course. Brandon, how you doing, man?
Howdy.
So I have a bit of a curriculum. The last episode
Ooh, cool.
we did self-respect. We can finish off on that if anyone has anything to add, and then next will be we're gonna do self-love slash self-loathing. So related to that is apathy and care for true, and I put M1, M2 because that's how I broke it down. That whole morality presentation was about caring enough to engage in that M2 level of morality, that higher morality. So those and if we finish that, we can go for another one. Oh, we got someone else. All right, we're maxed out at the amount of people. I don't know if anyone else is coming, but they're not going to be able to join. I'll have to start using. We got Sarah in the house. Hey, Sarah.
Yes. What's up?
Yeah, it was the first time I kept forgetting to mention it in the OGWN Gilded, and I did last night.
Or get that cross-talk chat on Telegram.
Yeah, technically, I think there's room for one more, and then
hopefully,
I'll have to make another box and make some room in my overlay here.
Yeah, for sure. Kris, do you mind if I segue into what you're saying, and it would refresh what Sarah could also tag onto that in regards to, I wish I was on your last show. I'm working 7 days a week, so it's kind of hard on these late nights these days, but I'm glad I'm in the house and up and at 'em. And thinking about the whole self-respect stuff in regards to also facing the mirror and just, obviously you guys went over the etymology of, what respect means, to look back again and to look back again at yourself and all these things, and just to look back at all the things that you don't like about yourself and are uncomfortable with looking at and stuff, to like really try to like, not like Clockwork Orange eyes, but you know what I mean? Like just like really try to examine it, even objectively, try to have that open heart and stuff. Cause like, I'm not the biggest fan of the term like unconditional love, but I mean, I don't want to say like you could apply it to yourself at least type of thing, but I see it as like getting more comfortable with the uncomfortable aspects of yourself is going to help kind of like dissolve that and make you become more whole, like holistic in a sense, and you're integrating more of yourself and kind of like weeding out the kinks and inconsistencies in a sense of your I wouldn't say persona, because that's like person, mask, whatever, right? The etymology of that, but just like your your being, your attributes, your proper personality, maybe, if you will, but your characteristics, right? And who you have been and who you can evolve to be. But yeah, Sarah, I'm glad you came through. Revolution Radio in the house. I love saying that.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me, Derek. I don't know what the topic is for today, but I'm happy to make an offering of my thoughts about it. And if it gets too crowded and other people want to jump in, I can always jump out. Not a problem.
Yeah,
I doubt
yeah,
that there's
me
going to
too,
be an
man.
overcrowding issue. Don't worry about that.
I'll be a sacrificial person as well because I've been on the panel, in the past as well. So yeah, I. This is about encouraging others to be up in here for sure, right? Get some skin up in that game.
Yeah, and if anyone wants to try their hand at discussing a topic, anyone can come and join and break the ice and wet their toes and try to get more familiar with talking online or having their face on a camera or on a stream. Then they can jump on and try to express themselves and their thoughts on the subject. So as I was saying, it's what is the topic? Oh yeah, the barriers to initiation, facing the mirror, the shadow work. Last week was pretty much stayed around self-respect, things related to that, and we can top off on anything related to self-respect at the beginning here, and then we'll continue with the next part of the little itinerary I created. So I put in the YouTube chat self-love, self-loathing, apathy, care for truth, and when you love yourself enough, that level 1 morality where you don't support or participate in immorality, and the level 2, the higher level of morality of engaging in that work to teach other people about morality and trying to influence them to do the same, to stop participating in it, supporting it, and as well engage in the teaching effort. I'll retouch on self-respect just for a minute here. So we talked about objective detachment last week. And one thing that I wanted to mention to summarize that not summarize, but add an additional point for the ego attachment, the things we get attached to and we associate with our identities. Especially, it can impact one's effort to begin or persist and the determination to continue in the great work. And that is the attachment to money or fame or attention. People can think that, oh yeah, okay, I'll create content and maybe with YouTube monetization, or that they'll get famous like other people, or they'll get attention and people will pay more attention to them and talk to them or something, or write comments, and they'll have more interaction, and then they might start making content, but then there's no money involved, and so if there's no money involved for them, it's just a waste of time because they could be doing other things with their time that they're more interested in because this isn't enough of a priority in their life. Or they want attention from others, so when they make content, they're expecting, that attention back. They're putting out information, they're expecting attention back, but they're not getting any attention. Maybe it could be people aren't watching, or they're not getting comments of encouragement or whatever, so then they lose interest in doing it because they're like, oh, well, it's not impacting, it's not affecting anyone, there's no one paying attention, so there's no point in doing it. And so then they just stop. So that's things that people are attached to rather than just doing it for that care for truth and the sake of truth. Don't do it necessarily for yourself alone or for others alone, but when you're doing that service to truth instead, which is what the whole great work is about, getting into that level of care for truth and self-love, you end up, one of the motivations is you want to do it for yourself. When you're serving the truth, you're doing it for you and you're doing it for others at the same time. When you're serving the truth, but if you're serving other people, well, it doesn't mean you're going to necessarily be serving the truth or yourself. And if you're just serving yourself, well, then usually you're probably not doing anything to benefit other people or the truth. So that target is to aim for a service to truth, and then, it applies to yourself and others at the same time. It's the best position to aim for.
I'll jump in. Great points. Dealing with some stupid. Well, side note, I hate updating Windows. I just hate it. That makes stuff so complex. Wish it was simpler, but on that side note, yeah. Barriers to initiation. Wrote down a few things of what Kris was saying. Another thing that Kris kind of mentioned last week, just you know, this idea of bringing something new to the table. I call it the attachment to newness, or the attachment to what's trendy, or the attachment to what's hell appealing to hell the masses, or what's new. And people haven't realized this. We have to keep repeating and repeating and repeating and repeating the same message that isn't really anything new. So this whole idea of what Kris was talking about, you're going to come in and get this big following, get all the support, you have this false sense of expectations, because you're applying the same pretty much framework that most other creators do, who create garbage, and thinking you're going to get have the same reward in doing this kind of work. And unfortunately, that's just not the way things are. But to get to the barriers of initiation, fear, fear, which we kind of talked about last week. Fear was always one of my biggest things that help me back. And I know we all have our own frameworks of fear that is just stuck in our head, but it's those barriers, that construct, which held me back from jumping in, way before, how I did. But those same barriers, that's fear, that fears though you're going to lose something, or, lose friends, or, lose a connection with the family, or a loved one, or, whatever it is. You've got to let that, like, you've got to let it go. You really have to let it go. And to just, like, give yourself up to, what people would say, like a true higher cause, which is, doing this kind of work, doing the right thing, trying to step into, this teacher of objective morality and truth, and just let go of all this stuff as much as you can. Not saying that fear may, still not be there, but you just, you recognize it and you learn to deal with it. Because I still get fearful each time I come on camera. I still get a little bit fearful, and I deal with it. I don't let it hold me back. I recognize it, and each time I come on camera more and more, that's me chipping away at those inconsistencies that I have within myself. And that's why I want to keep doing this kind of work, because I'm still doing my own individual work and trying to heal myself. And the more I come on here and talk to other individuals like ourselves, I'm chipping away at my fear. So we can't let that fear constantly hold us back, because that's that unconscious, it's almost like a unconscious health attachment that we really have, because each time we try to go, there's that roadblock, and then we stop, and fear is that roadblock, fear is that barrier. And we really have to start to slowly chip away and work with it, realize it, and that's the main thing, is just recognizing it. Most people aren't even aware of, what that fear is. And at the end of the day, I had to tell myself it was just in my head. It was it was just in my big ass head. That's really all it was. In this big ass dome. And it was a lot of fear. But you just had to let that shit go. And when you do, like it was such a huge, relief. It was like a huge like rock being, lifted off, my back, because, it was stepping into, a more correct way of being, a more correct way of living, a more correct way of harmonization. So yeah, and mine was, I always hated talking in front of people. Always. Like I say, I'm not a people person. Definitely not. Anyone who knows me know I do not like being around people. I ain't that motherfucker who's gonna go on stage. I ain't that motherfucker who's gonna be in a group. I like being by myself. That's just me, man. But I've always had, speech problems. Have always dealt with that. Have always recognized it, and it is what it is. I don't run away from it. And actually, I think it brings a more authenticity. When we can come on here and talk about our own individual struggles and barriers that, held us back, so that other people can learn and recognize, because we all have those struggles. Yeah, I'm not perfect. Hell, no one is, but hopefully people can, realize like, hey, so and so, had this barrier and they was over, and, how they was able to overcome it. Then that can inspire them to hopefully do the same.
Yeah, we'll talk more about fear, like in depth, when we get to that
Sorry.
one in a few
Did I
weeks.
jump ahead?
Yeah, but it's all good.
Oh,
You
sorry.
can express stuff related to the overcoming the barriers to initiation, to starting the work, and all that healing process. It's all good. But we'll talk about it more in your experience and all the various fears that we've had. I'll for sure fill up one hour episode, maybe two. We'll have a lot to say about that. But the reason I put self-love and self-loathing after self-respect was because of how intricately they are connected. Because when you engage in that process of self-respect, and you do that introspection and that reflection, like Derek mentioned, we're trying to integrate and become more whole. So we're trying to heal parts of ourselves, that darkness within, that could be the evil that we're partaking in, that immorality, and those demons and the monsters, and all the symbolism and the mythology around that of slaying the dragon and the hero's journey. So that's what that's all about. And Ma'at in the underworld. All of this stuff is about conquering those demons and the darkness within. And part of that process is developing that self-love, in contrast to how you formerly were in more of a capacity of self-loathing. And I went into this a bit here and there in my presentation on in Funnel this year for Inspiring Care to Action. Well, anyways, that's what I call it. I know it's called Humanity Rising, but I just call it Inspiring Care to Action because that's what I focused on. But yeah, that aspect of, until you're doing that higher level morality of the great work of engaging in that work to end evil, as I refer to it. One is when you stop participating in evil, you're engaging in that work to end evil. But if you're not putting more energy and effort into trying to end evil, because just you stopping it yourself isn't going to stop it. We have to influence others to stop it as well. And then they have to influence others, and it has to keep snowballing. And that's why it's the higher morality, and it's the greater burden, because you just doing something for you, that's easier in a sense, because it's just you, and you have control over you. You don't have control over other people. And influencing others and putting in the time to learn everything and then teaching it, that's a lot harder. And that's why people, as Passio's joked many times, they're like, oh, you want me to do this? Oh, this is what the great work is? Okay, see ya. And then they run in that direction because they're not interested in putting in that time or the attention and the care. And that's where that self-love comes in, because people are still too much, it's still in that capacity of self-loathing. They're still in that unawakened state. They haven't awakened to a higher level enough, those rings of care and compassion, as I presented in Funnel 4, so that they might have, awakened to the, whatever it was, COVID, or before that, 9/11 or things, people doing evil things in the world. And then, they can maybe start to have done that self-respect inner work. But they haven't reached that point where they're motivated enough and that they care enough to have that larger fire ignited within them that fuels them into the great work, which is more effort, and it's a lot harder to do, and it requires more persistence and dedication and determination. So that's why I went into this after self-respect, because I viewed them as one leads to the other. When you engage in that true self-respect and you do that inner work, you're going to develop more of that self-love, and you're going to reduce that self-loathing. So that's related to apathy and care for truth. So if anyone wants to discuss more about that, I could discuss more, but I'll leave other people the opportunity.
Sarah, I'll let you go.
Yeah, I could speak a little bit to that. Well, I think all of that really kind of goes hand in hand with what Brandon was talking about with the pull that fear does to people, the fear-based response in actually doing anything. So I tend to talk to people who they will express their concerns to me, and they want to care about what's happening, but I think a lot of the thing is it is all a fear-based response as to why people don't. And I think that comes from, societal trauma to that. It comes from not just the external world, but it comes from the internal world, their internal environments as well. So I think all of it is actually really connected with that as to why people don't step up, or they turn around and they walk away and they don't want to engage, is because, there's the fear aspect of not wanting to cause any waves, or rejection from other people. And then there's, of course, the population of people who just don't want to put in that time. And they really are, they're just not interested in putting in the time. They think it's not going to be worth the effort. So I kind of feel like, with people doing this, with people doing this type of work, I feel like people should look at it as less of, a career choice where I'm going to get a lot of monetary gain. I can make it a job. And I think that's this, more of this modern day idea that they can use this as like a career instead of just getting a day job. Sorry, that's a truck going by. And they should maybe look at this work as more of something that is a pay it forward kind of work. And, instead of trying to monetize everything, which I don't tend to monetize, I don't see what's the point. I just don't even care about learning how to do that. Like, it's just not in my priorities. I look at it more like it really is just a volunteer position, and I either come correct or I don't. I do the work or I don't. And it's about me coming and having personal responsibility. When I do it, I look at it as, okay, this may not affect me now. It may not change my environment. It may not help anybody in the immediate future. but the offering is now there. And I refer back to history often, where we learn a lot of the lessons we learn now. And a lot of the stuff, even many of us talk about, we're parroting from our past. We're parroting from people we learned sometimes hundreds of thousands of years ago. And I think that that is where it comes, like, I kind of think that I feel like that's where the pattern is with human beings, at least on this planet, is that we tend to be very delayed with our reactions to things and like how we pick things up. That's how I kind of feel about it. And I feel like all the things that we do today, I feel like the books we write, the podcasts we do, the radio shows, this is going to echo into the future. And like 100 years from now or 1,000 years from now, or whatever it is, some kid is going to find all of this on some old computer system or whatever that is obsolete in the future. And they're going to, reverse engineer it and like put it into like a format that they use in 1,000 years. And they're going to find this kind of work. So I kind of see it in more of that larger picture. And even though I would really love it if things just changed now, that would be awesome. I tend to look back in history at the patterns that human beings tend to take. And this is a pattern that I have recognized when researching history. So I don't know if that helps, but that's, I guess, what I would say about it. And just to fight through whatever, fear people have and just be brave anyway. Go for it. I mean, what's the worst that can happen, really? So that's what I would say. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Pasio says, it's a testament. That's what we're doing. We're putting the testament into the universe, to truth, and just putting it out there. Not have any expectations that it's going to change the world or anything. But yeah, that's what we're doing it for. That's the goal. We have a goal. That's what motivates our actions, as there's a goal to attain. There's an end. Not that we're going to actually be able to do it, but if no one puts in the time and the energy and the dedication to persist in doing it, well, then obviously the goal will never happen. It's not going to happen on its own. So we're working for that goal, but yeah, we're just putting it out for that goal. But it's like ultimately, just a testament. We're putting it out there so that more people can come across it, and we've done our part to echo it.
Yeah, definitely. And there's nothing really wrong with, echoing sentiments that have already been stated. Like the folks that we've learned, even Manly P. Hall, who did he learn his all information from? He didn't just, come out of thin air. Of course, he had his meditations and that kind of stuff. But at the same time, like, we can all trace back the gnosis, throughout the eons, right? And so those are, and I love this, series that you have unraveling, Kris. It's a stepwise process, and you're laying it out for folks to follow and take heed to and observe and integrate, right? All these things need to be done on so many levels within someone's life. Just, dealing with mundane things, right? Just being more on top of your daily shit, if you will, streetwise spirituality, man. Shit, like, get the fundamentals down. Make sure that you have like your house in order so that you can, build something outside of that, right? And yeah, you're talking about stumbling blocks and facing the mirror and stuff. And quick story of mine of just, I remember, my peers were getting into music, rapping, freestyling and stuff. I was on the edge of the cipher, just beatboxing most of the time because, for the longest time, I really did not like my voice. I remember I was like traumatized when I heard it on like, one of those old school recorder cams. Their dad was so happy to play something. I was just like at some fair, like, oh, we got to play this for granddad and this and that. And I just listened to my voice. I was like, I just sound like some weak ass boy, man. Like, why my voice sounds so differently in my head than what I just heard right there. So it took a long time to just it get over the stiflage of my confidence in myself just based off my voice. Think about the throat chakra, right? And the feelings of within your heart. So the heart is kind of blocking those upper chakras, right? So I couldn't really speak, from a place of true authenticity, if you will, with that proper, confident step, I guess, if you will. So yeah, that going through high school, just forget about it. Forget about doing any kind of great work. I mean, holy shit, man. But yeah, after I had some kind of heart explosive awakening, that just opened up the floodgates, and I found my voice again, and I found uh, some kind of stellar confidence because I really, you know, recovered, fragments of my soul and just like proper love for myself because I could actually like see myself, and there's like some kind of veil lifted from my eyelids where I can actually see myself clearer in that mirror that we're talking about that we all need to face. That was kind of like my Saturn's return, if you will. I was like 29 years old, had quite a dark night of the soul and stuff, and and yeah, it just threw me on the trajectory of wow, people all around the world need to like experience, something that I had, this type of like crazy frequency shift awakening and stuff. So yeah, I didn't have any kind of grammar. I just recovered my voice, right? But I was lacking grammar and just the repetition, like Brandon was talking about. It's like we're up in here, and I love this stuff as well because I'm still getting better. We're all getting better. It's we're always fine tuning these things, right? And just getting those reps in like you would in any kind of bodybuilder. You're at a gym, or doing yoga, you're doing any kind of sport, any kind of musical instrument. You need repetition for that to really sink in and integrate into your muscle mind memory reflex type of thing. So yeah, those are just things that people can do on their own as well. And even for myself, I did like over 100 recordings that never saw YouTube or anything, but it was just something that I did, and I was happy to do it. And I was, you get the nervousness stuff, and you're kind of stuttering sometimes, or you're throwing too many ums in there, or whatever, right? So yeah, looking back on it, it's it's just interesting to revisit these things and try to encourage others of like, hey, like there are starting blocks for everyone, right? So yeah, that's all I got for this bit. Thank you.
All right, let's see. Got some notes here. Self-respect and self-love. Talked about this a lot last week, but one of the things that came to mind is, when you're dealing with self-respect and self-love, ultimately what we are doing is using our voice to say no. Like that's what this whole, you know, thing, is about. And like Kris, talked about in his the Law of Freedom Part 5, will, in order to stop will, requires will. And that's what we are using, by using, your voice. You are using the most powerful is words to speak, to say no, to say, hey, you've crossed this line. And that's what we are, ultimately trying to doing. So it is a ultimate sign of self-respect and self-love, by using your voice to say no, because you you recognize, you understand the importance, that you have. And what more, like what greater self-respect, could you possibly, help display, because that's what, like that's really what a lot of people don't use is not using their voice, their silence, and that's why they're still spectating, they're just still watching, and that's really what we want to get people out of. And, when you start to go through this process, always consider it like a form of filtration, like a form of purging. This was something that I had went through. When I started to develop that, self-love, and, it took a while, and that self-respect, anything that like wasn't tailored toward that, I filtered it out of my life. I got it out of my life. Um, that was just me. It was a purging because I recognized, where I wanted, hell to get to, and anything that, like wasn't, in line with that, anything that wasn't, harmonized with that, I just had to get rid of it. So, and learning, how to use that voice was, one of the biggest things, because without that voice, those who have been silenced throughout history, it is such a dehumanizing experience, like not being able to speak. And that's sadly, what we still see so many people doing is, they may dive into the knowledge, but to actually start using your voice, to dive into that, truly level, M2 that Kris talks about, into truly fighting and trying to stop and actively engage in stopping evil, you know, with the more education, aspect, not getting into, the other parts if you're familiar with his work, but the more education, part, and that right there is, what we are doing to use our voice as a form of self-respect. Because how can you truly care for yourself if you stay silent, if you stay, quiet, and not just silent to, what's happening to you, but what's happened to all of your fellow brothers and sisters, so learning to use that voice, because like that's really what we are like all talking about here, you know, learning to use one of the most greatest gifts, hell, the voice, to speak into existence, to consciously create correctly and not stand silent, you know, because to not use your voice is to pretty much not stand up. And to sit down just means you don't have any power. And when you're powerless, hey, we all know what happens.
Yeah. Speaking of which, Kris, do you mind if I interrupt you real quick? Going back to last Sunday's chat, law correspondence. That inner voice is going to be a reflection of what you're speaking. In the exterior domain. So there's things to consider with that, within oneself, and in observation with others as well. So things to consider. Keep it hermetically sealed, right? But yeah, second hermetically sealed principle. But great points, Brandon, by the way. Appreciate it.
Yeah, with what Brandon said, the no, you say in my morality presentation on Natural Law, the Science of Morality, Part 4, that's when I have the two pillars of enlightenment, as Passio refers to them. So the sacred feminine, the sacred masculine. Well, the sacred feminine is, ultimately it's saying no to evil yourself, the non-aggression principle. That's where you say no to evil. And the sacred masculine, the self-defense, or just defense principle, defending others, not just about yourself, but others too. That one can just be summarized as saying no with teeth, as Passio refers to it. It's taking it to the physical level, no at the physical level, and the other one is no internally. Obviously, like you mentioned, correspondence, mentalism. Externally, you say no. You have to say no internally first, and then your behavior follows. And then the sacred masculine is, well, no, you're saying no with teeth, and you're putting your actions behind that no. It's not just a verbal no, there's more to it than that. And another thing was, people mentioning people who've had their voices silenced and how dehumanizing it is. And we could talk more about this in the following weeks. It's at the bottom of my list of my guide list or whatever, my topic list, related to the tree of evil and parental abandonment. So when you think of that being silenced as a child, and if a parent does that, it's like a form of parental abandonment, and it creates, can lead to self-loathing. And that's one of the aspects of that tree of evil, and that's why I want to talk about it, because we're talking about self-loathing right now. So the voice is so important, and to having your voice heard. And if someone, as a child, as an adult, whatever, we were supposed to be more tough and stuff, but as a child, you need to have your voice heard, and your parents respect you and hear what you want to say. So if they dismiss you or tell you to be quiet or shut up or stop asking questions, or there could be so many things, a parent being disregarding that voice, you could look at it, that sacredness of coming from within and trying to express themselves, and you're supposed to encourage them. And that's just something I wanted to bring up, and how that can create trauma, and then children internalize it, and it creates self-loathing, that they're not good enough or not smart enough or not worthy. And then that just proceeds further into their life as they grow up, and it's something that's unresolved, these traumas that are unresolved, and then it manifests as certain behaviors or modalities of thought, or ways of living their lives that are not optimal or not conducive to living as a better self. And if anyone wanted to touch up on that, I just wanted to elaborate on that. It's a good thing related to self-loathing, and how it's can lead to even immoral behaviors, where people internalize that, and then I'm not good enough. Maybe why bother even trying to be good, since I'm not good enough? And they don't even realize this is all ingrained in their subconscious and unconscious from their childhood, and they don't even realize that this memory they've forgotten is motivating them in their lives, in the future.
Yeah, one of the things that I've heard is, who's going to listen to me, or who am I to start speaking out on these, like deeper issues. And that right there in and of itself, like what Kris, was, talking about, is that right there, stems far back to, some, like earlier, possibly abandonment, experience. Because for a grown person to say that stuff, still, to me, appears to be like in a childlike, state, because they were, powerless. Maybe they was in a situation, and they wanted to do something about it, and how they couldn't. So how they couldn't cope with it or whatever. Some form of traumatic experience. But to say, who am I to start speaking out on these issues? It's like, man, like, where is the value? Where's the self-worth? Because if you think it is of any importance, then you have the power to start speaking out about it. That's why you have a voice. You know, it's not like we have a voice, to only speak about, certain things. Or no, you can speak about whatever you want, like, take your pick. So that right there is more than enough for you to, have recognized that. But yeah, some form of early traumatic experience. And when Pasio talked about parental abandonment, I didn't really quite understand it, but now I do, because man, that is one of the deeper rooted issues that lies in humanity's dark, you know, unconscious, because we all suffer from some form of parental, abandonment, rather it be physical. A lot of us suffer from it emotionally, and how psychologically, but definitely, how spiritually. But how that right there has infested, its way to where that's the norm now, and to where this cycle just constantly keeps repeating, and it's not really being broken. And that's what we have to do, is by developing the self-respect and self-love. That's what helps you start to recognize this cycle. Then once you recognize something, then you can shed light on it, then start to become aware of it, then gain knowledge of it, then possibly put yourself in a situation where you can change or break that cycle. Then therefore, you start to develop that self-love, that help self-respect, that self-care, those things that take time, those things that should be instilled at a young age. Therefore, you can do it correct the first time, and not, redo, do it correct the first time. And therefore, this whole experience will be, so much more greater. And just kind of summing up what me and Kris have talked about the past couple of weeks, because Kris did go over this about, teaching kids, the correct way the first time. But yeah, I'll just end it at that before I go on another tangent.
I just wanted to chime in there really quick because that's a good point to make. And I think too, if people would observe this, as like a large issue, I think there is also the issue of the social convention, really, of training people to think that anything that is where you're the word where you're going against the grain, and it's contradictory, and it's just like
Controversial?
again,
Controversial.
Sorry.
controversial, or just confrontational is what I mean. Sorry. Where there's a social convention that is going around, I've noticed, at least in the last 10, 15 years, that people being confrontational is being seen as this bad thing. And because they're being trained to think this way, that means they're also not going to question themselves, because they don't want to deal with that confrontation within themselves that's going to enact any kind of questioning or self-care, or even the need to have self-respect, which you have to have self-love for. And what you guys are talking about with parental abandonment, I would actually extend that to steward abandonment, for those who never even got a chance to have like a set of parents, or the one parent or whatever in their lives. And that's something that I talk about quite a lot, excuse me, with children who are just placed in the care of institutions or organizations where they're just thrown into the ocean of non-existent, like these are people, this is a whole population of people that's out, part of our human population, that are basically considered as non-human. And these are not people who are ever given any of the tool sets for that. So and I think it all is part of the bigger problem too. And I think that again, this is, I think, work we do for the future, to teach everybody across the board about, with the topic of self-respect, you've got to have that first within yourself. And, sometimes we don't always have the stewards that we require to teach us those tools. And it's up to us to really, as an individual, to search for those tools. And I don't know if that makes any sense what I just said, but I think like this is something that I talk quite a lot, because there's a lot of this that goes on is with, chronic children who are born and like immediately hospitalized because of their conditions. And this is a large problem in that, even just that community alone. It's a big problem in kids who are thrown into the foster care system. The tools just aren't there. And the so-called psychologists or therapists or council stewards or whatever they are, the programs that are designed to supposedly give these children the best possible jumping off point, they're not doing that job. And that, of course, I do think is by design. But yeah, I think it does all start inwardly with the individual. And yes, it would be ideal if we had the parental backing to help us build those tools. But sometimes we need to step out of that and be like, I didn't have anything that helped me to discover these things, and I need to just take it for my own and just go with it, and then step past the fear of being afraid of everything, of being afraid of confrontation with yourself and with the outside world. And I think that's important. I think that would be an important aspect of that.
Yeah, I've talked about that in my earlier work in, I guess, 11 years ago in my article, Truth is Love, that, speaking hard truths or uncomfortable truths or confrontational truths, well, that is an act of love when you're serving the truth, and people don't want to hear it because a lot of people would think, you got to be nice and kind, so you can't say certain things. You got to placate people. You have to walk on eggshells. You have to keep the peace. Don't make waves. You don't want to be hassled. Don't rock the boat. And you got to sugarcoat things. So yeah, there's this whole I don't know how to characterize it in an overarching way, but yeah, the avoidance of confrontation because it's uncomfortable, and that goes back into fear that I've talked about too, where we fear things that are uncomfortable, because when you have confrontations, it's psychologically a negative space to engage in. So your heart pumps more, so there's all those the neurochemicals and everything. Your heart pumps more, and then you feel hot and flustered, and then your head and your ears get hot and everything, and it's uncomfortable. Whether you're on the if you're not as psychologically developed and you're on the receiving end, and people get I mentioned, I think the last episode, being insulted or offended, feeling judged. But when you're confronting someone and they're not taking it well, and it's like something important, and you're in this conflict, well, you're going to feel it yourself. You're going to have these emotional cues, and it's going to result in physiological changes in your body, and it's not going to feel well. So these things, people want to avoid these confrontations because it's not a position of well-being. Your inner state and your physiological state is not in a state of well-being. So it's more of and a contrast to that is like illness, or instead of in a state of ease, it's a dis-ease, not a literal disease, but it's a dis-ease. And instead of being in a comfortable state, you're in a discomfort. And that relates to fear, because people want to avoid things. And the way I've talked about in my earlier work was related to the unknown and things we don't know about, and ignorance, and rejecting truth, and avoiding truth, and in denial of truth. Because, when you're engaging in this truth process, truth can be a destructive act. And that's what apophysis is as well. When we say no, well, it's also apophysis in terms of truth from falsity, or order out of chaos. And I've gone into that in my presentation on morality, that, this destructive process, and like an alchemical divorce, you have to shatter the falsity that you're attached to. And that means that your ego personality identity construct, your self view, and your worldview, especially if you're talking things external to the self, well, your self is going to be identified with some of those things. And that's where the ego defenses come in, because when truth is spoken to, people can engage in cognitive dissonance because they don't want to hear it, because part of themselves, the way they've constructed their identity, is attached to that thing that they perceive as being attacked, and it's going to be destroyed. And if that happens, then it's like the phoenix, where you burn things and get rebuilt, but they don't want to go through that process, because destroying themselves and having to rebuild themselves, well, that's an insecure state. They'd rather just hold on to the state of themselves as they view themselves, or how they view the world as it currently is, because it makes sense to them in that current position. And if you start poking holes, well, then the ground that they're walking on, instead of it being, in their mind and in their perception, it's all solid and there's no danger, there's no holes. Well, that's that. When you start poking holes and saying hard truths in this confrontation, you're making holes in that pathway that they walk in life, in that construct of reality. And now things are dangerous, because they could fall into that hole. And that hole, this is what I've talked about many years ago, is that void, that abyss, that darkness. And that's what is ultimately being feared, is because that things make sense to them as they view it. And that's what part of the awakening is people start to realize, like, something's not making sense. They have this itching in the back of their mind that, like, things aren't making sense about the world or something. And then they can take it a step further and start asking questions, in that trivium process, being curious and doubting things and asking questions, then going to try to find the answers themselves. And this is how I've related in that earlier work I keep referring to, is that when you ask a question, it's because you don't have an answer. And the fact that you don't have an answer, well, that means there's a hole, there's that gap, there's that void, there's a darkness in your understanding of reality. And to recognize that means you have to recognize and be comfortable with that void, that gap, that abyss, that darkness. And people don't often like to do that, because then it makes them feel insecure. So tying it back to what we're talking about, well, people don't want to engage in that process, let alone of looking at the world in a way that they don't have an answer to things. And that again brings up this fear of owning personal responsibility in that tree of evil, because people don't want that personal responsibility to even go find the answer, because they just, well, is there even an answer? Am I even going to find an answer? It'll be a waste of my time, like we've been talking about. And they don't care enough to even try to find an answer, or they're stuck in solipsism of, like, oh, maybe there's an answer, but I'll never be able to figure it out. How am I going to even know if that's true? And they don't even try, so they just stay where they are, and they don't grow. They don't try to bring in new information, or try to which can potentially, again, this is the whole potential of all that information coming in, is ultimately that responsibility of doing something with it. But first is how it's affecting you, and how it's going to reshape you as that alchemical phoenix, and destroying things and reconstructing yourself. And that's what I had to say about the confrontation aspect. It's very deep in the psychology of the avoidance to this.
Oof, yeah. You made me confront a memory of a threshold that it just felt like unsurmountable at times, and I don't know if anyone can relate out there. And this goes into shadow work, right? Dealing with my animus on the father's side, and thinking about, as I was, learning about the Illuminati and all that stuff that's naughty, right? For whatever reasons, I was not able to convince him of, like, anything that I, shared his way and all that stuff. And I was like, I was thinking to myself, like, I was still making my music mixes, but for me to, like, have my rhetoric and stuff, it just wasn't hitting with him and stuff. So I'm thinking, like, if I can't break through to him, like who can I break it through to sometimes and stuff. And it was more to it than that. It's like, trying to wield that king of swords in a sense, confronting that father figure also, and also doing your own inner work and trying to become your own father and also your own mother in a sense when you're just maturing, growing up, right? And then finally realizing like, oh yeah, wait a minute. There's certain things that I've been learning about that he hasn't, or he learned otherwise, and it's false. And so you do the alchemical process, right? You have to burn the falsehoods to ash, no matter who or what it is, right? And it's nothing personal. It's just looking to be aligned to objective truth and burning away and washing away all the falsehoods, all the ash that gets easily burnt up because it's not that true alchemical gold. That's what we're looking for. That's why we burn the things away. And so when you have that, alchemical gold in the seed of your soul, in regards to the philosopher's stone, and I have like literally like my follicle spirals literally like in my chest, it's like a fucking phoenix, like straight up looking at myself in the mirror on so many occasions, especially, being divorced and that kind of stuff. And like just having that reminder all the time, like, you got to get through this, man. Like it's temporary and whatever the hell. So yeah, there's the fear of the unknown, fear of what's my life going to be if I put myself out there. I was thinking, what if I put myself out there when I was married? Like, who's going to attack me and attack my wife? And so there's all these things that run through people's minds that could be kind of stumbling blocks and kind of like over analyzing and falling into those fears of the unknown, I guess, right? And I'm going to share this tarot card because yesterday morning, I literally was in this position, maybe not the hands, but just like the legs, laying on my back, waking up kind of easy peasy, but then like thinking like, wait, I feel like I'm in like the hangman position, and like flipping the script on like your perspectives and tying it in relevance to what I've been speaking about and kind of what you guys have as well in regards to the great work, and also going through the shadow work and being more familiar with the unknown. It's understand that fear is the creativity killer, and that that was a quick aside, but it's rather that it's almost like a lot of people are afraid to take on a different worldview or perspective because they're so attached to what they've been conditioned to and what they've learned, and there's so much time investment and some life experiences that could have been based off of some falsehoods, and it is confrontational for them to confront that and deal with it, heal with it, or just it in general, and recognize and realize that that is not what makes them, and that we as humans are so much better than some of these things that we've been conditioned to due to so much propaganda, mind control, and the whole nine, right? So not to dabble on anymore, but I want to share in this one segment. Thank you. Hope that makes sense to anyone, but yeah.
Sarah brought up a good point about the confrontation. Yeah, humanity is like devolving to like a cowardly consciousness. Like, just laughing because I have like so many instances of like verification on this being an umpire. But the whole fear of confrontation, like Derek said, to confront like what does it mean to confront something, to be face to face with, to be standing, face to face with, So, someone who lacks personal self-love and self-respect, they're going to, run away from, have confrontation because they don't, if you don't want to confront yourself, and look at your own self and look at your own self in the mirror, how can you, go and confront somebody else? You know, how can you dive into the unknown? How can you come face to face, with the truth, and all of these things that we are talking about. So, this whole cowardly consciousness, as I just called it, is like Sarah said, like we've been conditioned to be that way. We really have, like with this whole spectator, just be the observer, because to really, to confront something, that's you, being in alignment, especially when it's, yourself, because you're diving into the unknown and you're saying, hey, I'm going to take a stand. So it's like you are aligning to, to a higher, a higher purpose, you know, so that right there is going to empower you. And therefore, you are going to be able to hopefully look in the mirror and come face to face with that which is, in front of you. And yeah, you may not like it, but it's the truth. And, the first thing that, Kris talked about was don't lie to yourself, stop lying to yourself. And you can never truly confront, hell yourself and, dive into the unknown if you stay in that lie. So yeah, the whole cowardly consciousness and, running away from, confrontation is a whole nother topic. But yeah, we've been conditioned to to react that way because it's just a reaction. And it's almost like a negative reaction because you're not doing anything, and therefore, problems just continue to, occur. If you don't confront, how the symptoms when you, start getting sick, they're not going to go away. So if we don't confront our problems, they never really are going to go away. Like it's just a simple law. Things just don't magically go away. Like you have to confront it, you have to face it. You have to, fight will with will, or start will with will. So,
Yeah, real quick, and I think we mentioned this in a previous segment, but like the reason we want to speak about certain things is because we do not want others to suffer that much just to come to that realization, have that catalyst, in like lose an eye or a leg in the process, type of thing. Like because yeah, like it's rough out there. You don't solve the issue when you're hurting a lot bad.
Yeah, and if I could just add on to that really quick on the topic of confrontation, all of that. Like I should have said this before, but to add it into it, it's not just the problem with being unable to confront either yourself or anything out in the external world. I think this is a social convention that's being designed purposefully and sewn in by the parasite class, but with it is being sewn the act of voyeurism, and voyeurism being made to be a normal thing where usually voyeurism is usually something that takes place in more of the, realms of the, behind closed doors, perverse type of adult activities. But voyeurism, how many times do we see or come across confrontations out into the world? We see it all the time, even at the grocery store, whatever it is. And instead of actually maybe stepping up and maybe defending somebody who's being assaulted or abused or whatever the case may be, people pull out their cell phones and record it and then upload it to things like TikTok. So to me, they're a connected problem. So that's just what I wanted to add on to the case for the problem with confrontation. I think there are other aspects of it too that are reeling us out, like what Brandon was saying, like this cowardly consciousness that's developing and building within the Earth human race, at least. So all things I think that should be dealt with first. Like we can't really expand as a human race if we can't even deal with some of these smaller issues. Like it kind of blocks us from doing any kind of evolving on the large scale. So that's just what I wanted to throw in there really quick.
I'll add on to that. It's related. Some related concepts people can look into are the bystander effect or groupthink, where like you say, people will just record it but won't do anything, and they'll wait for someone else. They'll think, oh, someone else is going to do something, and well, at least I can record it, and then the authorities can deal with it. Someone else can deal with it. Where that is certainly conditioned, and relates to the last episode of the Seinfeld, where the Good Samaritan law. The whole thing where they just mock and ridicule people who are being subjected to an immoral situation, who are being violated, their property rights are being violated, so people just find amusement. Now we've been so degraded in our consciousness and our higher potential that we just laugh at other people who are those who are in lower consciousness will laugh at other people who are being violated and in positions of immorality, and then the bystander groupthink or whatever effect comes in, where they just do nothing about it, and it's just for them, they take it as an amusement, so it's a benefit for them because I guess apparently they're being entertained by the immorality happening to another one. As long as it's not them. If it was happening to them, then they wouldn't be as entertained as much. So this aspect of selflessness, not being selfless, but being the higher, truer, realer potential for ourselves to be in that aspect of ourselves is lacking. So we lack that aspect of that higher potential within us that is there, waiting to be ignited by care and to fuel us into growing into that potential and remaking ourselves into that potential. But I would say some aspect of the avoidance of confrontation is basic psychology. I'm sure it can be made, there's like a propensity to reinforce it, but it's also a basic aspect of our psychology where we seek pleasure and avoid pain. So those things are the confrontation, as I mentioned before, it's like more of a painful thing. So we're going to try to avoid it, and it's natural. And one of the ways you overcome it, the positive way is you care for truth. So then the confrontations, you learn certain confrontations are beneficial, even if you're on the receiving end and you're it's something I've talked about before. And in that Truth is Love article, I think it's in there, where there's like a quote where, your enemies will tell you things you don't want to hear about yourself. They'll be honest with you, but your friends will lie to you because they're just trying to get along, and they won't tell you things that you need to necessarily heal or grow. And so welcome what your enemies will say, because there can be many aspects of truth within it that can be beneficial to you. And that's why the things that are more pleasurable or comfortable or feel more secure, they can be insidious because they can hold us back. And I've gone into the pleasure trap a lot in my former work. If anyone wants to finalize their thoughts, if anything they want to say, we'll wrap it up, and we can continue this. I think we can talk about it more at the next week, and then go on to another topic if we've exhausted it at that point. So, anyone else want to say anything in closing? Final thoughts?
Yeah, please. First and foremost, Kris, thank you so much again for putting this on and having it available and all that good shit. Great shit, rather. Sorry, excuse me. And what you were talking about, yeah, I wrote down just a second ago, growing pains. Like we've all been there. You can apply it to so many different things, and just taking on a new job, it's like that learning curve. This and that. Like you're doing videos, you never done it before. You have to learn about it somehow. You have to have experience and gain something from it. There might be some pain going through it and some humiliating things going on with it. We've all been there, like it's kind of low stakes when you really think about it. And looking back, I just laugh. And that's just been my kind of like therapeutical means of operating in this life, in a sense of just like, yeah, just I laugh knowing how much I've been able to overcome things. It's not been an easy journey for me, but yeah, at the same time, and it's not, I'm not like laughing at myself or whatever the hell. It's like that humble laugh and just being in the moment type of laughter, that kind of like the happy Buddha laugh sometimes or whatever, right? And the alchemical aspects of laughter, I find as well. Just, you have haters that are going to come at you. It comes with the territory. They're going to act like they know you better than you know yourself. And they never even met you in real life. So it's really laughable, right? But others can get easily offended and triggered by that. So that's just one means of doing it. And, getting in the heat of the moment and stuff. Kris, like you mentioned, yeah, with the heart rate and stuff and like the temperatures, rising and stuff. Yeah, it's getting heated, right? Breathe it out. Just do little, I don't even like to say breath work because it's kind of like a watered down term sometimes, but just take at least 3 big inhale exhales. It can work wonders, especially in like, yeah, like even when you get like the what do you call it, if you're gonna go on camera and stuff, you get the butterflies or whatever, like getting antsy and all this stuff. Like I got the giggles. I gotta like get that shit out of my. There's shit that people need to get out of their system for sure sometimes. So try to work some kind of method that makes it happen. So we have to experiment. Trial and error and all these things. And take your time to not just jump the gun. I know there's a lot of young bucks out there. They latched on to some great knowledge, and hey, hats off to you guys. I wish I knew about these things when I was your age. Yet, understand that there's a lot of life experience that can be applied to these things as well. It's not just reading a book and all of a sudden it's like you're a parrot. You're just like copy paste and that kind of stuff. And then you're not really experienced with interacting with people and dealing with the melee of negative comments and that kind of stuff. I've seen people fold and get bitter quite quickly about these things. So please try to understand the terrain of these things. And yeah, stick with the terrain theory, not the germ theory. Also, that's all I got to say. Thank you so much. Have a great night, everyone.
You can go, Sarah.
I would just end it. I'd like to give some kind of spark of hope there, because some of this sounds very like there's not too much hope. But I tend to disagree with this. I do think there is still quite a bit of hope. And I'm going to quote from Ernest Holmes, who I'm personally a big fan of Ernest Holmes' work, and from his book, The Science of Mind, which is a really just a great book. I love how he puts this information together in his kind of language. But he comes out and he says in his book, like that people are only able to people are only able to be, he always says it like, people are only, excuse me, people are only able to perceive as much as they're able to, perceive, to take in. And with it, he says that even though all these people are at the same or they're all at different levels, and they're all perceiving in different filters, I would call them, the light that they see is always the same light. And I really think that that is like a beautiful thing to say, a beautiful thing that he wrote in there, that everybody is at their different levels with their progress, with their development, in whatever stage they're at. And as long as they keep moving forward, this is a healthy thing, because it shows it'll ensure that you don't remain stagnant, which is what can lead to things like disease. But the fact that these people are all at different levels, I don't think is as important to understand that all these people are seeing different levels of the same light. And I think that that is, something that should be considered as like hopeful for whatever future might be in store for us, that it's always the same light, regardless of where we are all individually. So I wanted to share that, because I think that maybe that would be beneficial and give people more of a hopeful thing, that like even among all of the corrupted and negative stuff that is going on today, which can be very overwhelming and very difficult to deal with and process, that is still the case regardless. So I'll just end with that. I think that's a good way to end that.
Thank you for that. I've never seen an episode of Seinfeld. I've never seen an episode of Seinfeld.
It's okay. You're not missing much. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, that's what that's what Jim told me in the it was either Jim or Kris told me in the One Great Word Awards when I told them that. But if something is proper, if something is fitting, then it's correct. And I always say that morality, how natural law, how the law of freedom, all of these topics that we are talking about, is that missing piece of knowledge that humanity, lacks. And it is that piece that needs to be brought into, into the mix, into, humanity's consciousness, in order for us to get to our most optimal state. Because, we have the ability to, use formula, to look at, man's behaviors. Then therefore we can come to know what is the most optimal state, what is the most fitting, what is the most proper state, in order for us all to thrive. And that can be known. And not only can it be known, it can be done, it can be achieved. But in order for us to get, to that, we have to understand, a natural law. We have to understand, what is right, what we do not have a right, to do, what property is, what we do not have a right to take, what the law of freedom is, and have that definitive knowledge. So, I'm going to always, close out on the same, the same thing is, we have to come to know what objective morality is, and know that cause and effect is real. It does exist, and we can never escape causality. So thank you, Kris, for joining. Thank you, Derek and Sarah. It's always a pleasure, being able to share, these kinds of events, with you. And thanks for joining us.
Yeah, optimized survivability. And the best way to optimize it is by everyone learning and accepting the definitive knowledge of the objective difference between right and wrong. If you don't do that, well, then you're not going to be optimally surviving with other people and cooperating and co-creating together.
And then you can't give a head nod to Leslie Powers with, optimal thriving, right?
Yeah, well, that's same concept. Yeah, to thrive.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we had one question here. Don't you guys think there are people who are just too dumb to grasp abstract concepts? Yeah, it can be, but we're not talking necessarily to them. We're talking to anyone who comes across it, and maybe people won't understand it, and then they'll move on. And some people will come across it, and they will understand it, and they'll be interested in it. It's not like we're going out and talking to someone who doesn't understand it, and then we're going to keep hammering on them to understand it. If you want to do that in your personal life, go ahead. I don't think it's too productive, but you can plant a seed, and maybe they'll get it at some later point in their life.
If you don't mind me answering real quick, just because, and that's why I love these roundtables, and that's why it's really cool. Europa National, One Great Book Warriors, as Brandon mentioned, getting different perspectives from different people. So it's not always all this abstract stuff. You're getting, a package of different perspectives, right? Word to the hangman, as I flashed earlier. But yeah, not to drag on, but I know we're trying to wrap it up. So yeah.
If anyone wants to add anything to that final question.
I would just add in that no, I don't think the majority of people, I don't think it's that they're too dumb to understand these concepts. I think it has something, I think mostly it's a fear-based response as to why they don't take in a lot of information, because it can be quite overwhelming for many. And I think that's a social conditioning problem. But then I have to refer back to Ernest Holmes, who is saying people are at their levels, and it's about seed planting. And I've experienced it in my life, people who absolutely, it's like a brick wall. You're talking to them and it seems like they're too dense or just being obstinate and they're not wanting to hear you. But I've had it in my life where they'll go away and a year later they come back and the seed that I planted grew. And I've experienced this, and I don't consider people to be a lost cause in that respect. I think that everybody can come to these conclusions. It's just we're all on different levels. So, that's how I would feel about that.
Yeah, and I'll just say that's only how they're conditioned. Yeah, they may not be able to, conceptualize these abstract concepts in their condition, but a condition is not permanent. It's always, capable of changing. And that's, what always runs through my mind, no matter how frustrating, it is, no matter how much of I wish I was running up and, held against a brick wall. It seems to me more like a diamond wall. But, that's the one thing that's always in the back of my head is that's just, had the condition, and it's always capable of changing, health conditions are always capable of being changed. And that's what we're trying to do.
Yeah. So they responded, abstract thoughts, certain IQ. And that's what I was referring to. Like if someone, because imagine some people like a 70 IQ, they're not much of a thinker. Like they can learn, but right now, like Brandon, you're saying, they're not there right now. So, you're not going to, so I said, you're not going to necessarily want to invest a lot of your time because it's going to be kind of wasted in trying to explain things. They need to go through a whole process of learning more basic stuff before the higher abstract concepts. But you can still put it out there and they can come across it, and then other people can come across it and they're going to get it. So we're not targeting people who don't get things or trying to force it into them if they're not capable. But yeah, if there's people who have mental impairments, or they're, they have a lower IQ for some reason, and yeah, chips fall where they may, and there's things you can work on yourself and improve your own life. And we're just putting it out there for people who can value it and take it into themselves and work with it and integrate it into themselves. So yeah, I'll thank you all for joining. Thanks, Derek. Thanks, Brendan. Thanks, Sarah. And maybe see you guys next week. It'll be episode 5, same title, Barriers to Initiation, Facing the Mirror, Shadow Work, part 3. Do maybe go into apathy and care for truth a little more. And cowardice was brought up, so we could talk about, the whole not a trifecta, but quadrifecta or a quaternity, the negative quaternity of apathy, ignorance, cowardice, and laziness, and hirama biff, that metaphor, and how that's part of the things that keeping people from as a barrier to initiations. We can touch upon that as well.
So in reference to the 3 ruffians and all that shit.
Yeah. So we can finish up on what we started this week with self-love and self-loathing, and how I mentioned there was apathy is involved in that, and care for truth. So we can talk a little bit more about that and introduce the next phase of my itinerary in our progression of barriers to initiation, shadow work, and facing the mirror. So thank you again, everyone. Appreciate you for coming by and giving your time and your thoughts and expressing yourselves and your point of views and information you have to provide. And see you around next week. And thanks everyone for tuning into the chat, asking your questions and your comments. Have a good evening. Hello. My name is Kris Nelson. My site is evolvedconsciousness.org, and this is another episode of The Great Work Launchpad, episode 5, Barriers to Initiation, the Shadow Work, part 3. And we're going to look at more around self-loathing and peripheral around there. And today is May 14th, 2025, 9 p.m. And I'll put in the Video Ninja link into the chat for anyone who wants to come on by. So I'm going to start to do more, try to formalize an introduction here. The Great Work Launchpad, what is it about? Well, we're launching, as you can see, there's a rocket, and that's the Great Work at the top. That replaces the rocket. So it's launching. So we're going to the pad, we're going to launch up. And it's to help people launch themselves into the Great Work. And getting initiated into doing that work. So a lot of people have the knowledge, but they haven't activated themselves into creating the content, creating ideally formalized content. It's important to get down deep enough to explain the concepts so they can be understood and why they're true. Not just like this Great Work Launchpad and just talking about topics, that's good. But we can only go so deep. And when you create your own content, that's when you can get deeper. Get deeper into it. And so that's the ultimate goal. But you can start off anywhere. You can start off doing videos like this with other people, get together with other people, or even on here. That's why I have this, is, you can, this is an open invite. Anyone can come on, so you can, hey, you want to talk for 2 minutes, present a topic, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, come on by. You can also, if you need help on ideas, I have a Telegram in all the description links. There's nobody there, but if you want to come ask me or email me from my site, from the contact page, and what can I do? And hey, Derek, can you mute yourself? Yeah, I hear you're grinding there. All right. Yeah, so you don't know what to do? Well, I can give you homework assignments. You know, you need someone to push you, to make you do something. Well, I can give you homework assignments, give you an idea, and you write a 500-word explanation of a topic, and then you can even come present it. But yeah, so that's my spiel for the intro. Remind people what this is about. And yeah, so here we have some recurring co-presenters here. We have Brendan Spencer and Derek Bartolicelli. Thanks for coming by, guys. How you doing?
Howdy. How's it going, Kris and Derek?
Yeah, bonjour. Sorry for I didn't realize you popped us on live at that time. But I'd be grinding in so many ways. But anyways,
Yeah.
Brandon, great to see you. Sorry I missed y'all last night, but yeah, sleep patterns are not the best these days. But anyways.
Cool. So yeah, in this series of the barriers to initiation, shadow work, the first one we had was on self-respect, and then the second one last week was a bit more on self-respect, I think, and then going into self-love and self-loathing. I think there was a bit of that in the first one too. So now I have more. We can talk more about self-loathing. I have like some notes on some things that we can talk about on that topic and why it's why is it important? Why do we give a shit about self-loathing? Well, self-loathing is like the corollary to as a negative aspect to the positive aspect of self-love. And self-love, as we've been talking about, is when you care enough about truth and moral truth and yourself, and in that situation where you realize our global situation, our state of being right now is presently in the state of enslavement. So you care enough about that state that you are enslaved, and so you care enough that you want to not be enslaved, and that makes you care enough to try to end the enslavement, hence the ending of evil, the higher level morality level 2, as I refer to it, and that's the great work. And when you're not doing that, well, that means there's still some self-loathing there, because you might know everything I just said, but you're not activated in doing it. So that means you don't care enough for that care, that internal flame within you, to motivate and drive your actions. You're still missing that next level care. And so that means there's still however much self-loathing as the opposite corollary to that self-love, that you don't care enough about your own state of enslavement, or if you have children, that your own children are enslaved, to take the time out of, everyone's got a busy life, you take the time and you dedicate yourself to trying to, as I said before, ideally formalize content to explain things more deeply for other people to understand, and increase the voice of truth, make that volume of truth bigger than it already is. And so that self-loathing is something that people need to do that. That's part of the shadow work, because that's a part of yourself that you're not facing and you haven't overcome. And so this involves apathy. So I'll let you guys jump in here, and I'll just give some ideas. And I can add more after if things go quiet there. I'll not talk continuously. But so self-loathing, ideas around that, apathy, and relating to care for truth, and we can talk about the Hiram Abiff and the three ruffians, apathy. So it translates into apathy, ignorance, and cowardice or laziness combined. So whoever wants to start can add your whatever you want to say about those things.
Just writing down some quick notes. Always thankful to come on here. So help we'll jump in. So pretty much, another word that people usually associate with self-loathing is self-hatred. Hold on, I got to get this white screen off my mind. There we go. Yeah, the white screen was just hitting me in the face. But yeah, self-hatred. That's one of the more terms that people may be more familiar with, and self-hatred is a thing that we are. It's like how we're conditioned in, and a lot of times, with self-hatred, you're talking about negative thoughts. And it's really, one of the things that, have manifest self-hatred, self-loathing, the lack of self-worth is we have all these negative thoughts, that's constantly running through our minds, and we're constantly, being bombarded with, um, you know, um, these fearful thoughts. Something that we kind of talked about, how the past couple of weeks, but these negative thoughts, constantly, materialize, and they create more forms of emotion, which leads to those forms of ignorance, apathy, and cowardice. But these negative thoughts, if not controlled, will lead to more self-suffering. And we see like this, like the self-hatred being manifested in so many different ways, like in society, not just with the destruction of our own consciousness, but like we see you know what people are just focused on. It's just all negativity, lack of consciousness, lack of morality, and kind of leads into this fixation with death, and evil, and the whole death complex that people seem to love. But the whole self-hatred is even more negative, because it's like a form, if gone to extremes, could be like a form of soul suffering, to where like a person almost kind of seems dead or soulless, to where they don't really even care about their own physical body, don't care about their own physical well-being. And then we talked about apathy, that not being able to care. It's one thing for someone not to care outwardly, but for you not to care, to want to fix your own self, to want to fix your own thoughts, and try to control those have negative thoughts, and want to fix your own behaviors. That right there is even more devious, because it's like, where is your sense of being human at? Your ability, your essence to feel, your that human like element that we all should have. It's like, where's that at? Where has that gone? Is that the part that's missing, which leads to more and more self-hatred? Because if you can't make these things like relatable to you, and like you want to fix your own problems, fix your own health, and fix your own psyche, then how can you even want to try to help somebody else? So this whole self-hatred has really got to be healed. I mean, because it's really what we are talking about, is a means of healing. And these negative thoughts gets conditioned in us at such a very early age. And Kris talked about the whole trauma, and a lot of things, hell, the past couple of weeks, hell, don't want to just keep, repeating myself. But yeah, the whole self-hatred, man, is a thing. And it leads to, like these things of, I'm not good enough, who's going to listen toward me, just these negative thoughts that are constantly running in our mind, that aren't really being controlled. You've really got to learn to start to harness, and start to filter out those negative thoughts, and start to, I guess you can say, start to control, how you think, and, start to be a more, like generator of controlling, those thoughts. So you're not being constantly bombarded with that mind chatter, that fucking, just minds just jumping to, all over the place. There's no focus, there's no balance, there's no, filtration. So yeah, the whole negative thoughts that are leading to more self-hatred.
Mind if I piggyback off that, Kris? And thank you so much for having us set up, having us on and all that. Always an honor to chat with you. And yeah, I had written down childhood narratives. And some of these voices are stuck in our heads well into our adult lives, and they stay there, along with some of the recessed memories and all those aspects that, we cover, talking about shadow work and all that. So yeah, that came up in a recent chat we had with Brendan Byrne, talking about hypnotherapy and how to really, tap into that unconscious, subconscious mind, and that can really help confront some of those childhood narratives for what they are and see them objectively, so you can resolve them, heal them, and get out of those inner blockages to have that proper inner dialogue that you have within yourself, right? And yeah, as above, so below, as within, so without, right? So the inner dialogue is going to be kind of conveying into the exterior domain, right? So that needs to be fixed first and foremost, especially people are going to be coming up onto the mic and speaking as we are, or, any kind of video essay, whatever, right? And going to apathy, I wrote down some words that can correlate, I guess, of just, yeah, how does one become in such a state of, apathy? Is it their, lack of emotional intelligence, their lack of care, compassion? Is it the abundance of indifference they have within themselves and the world around them and people and stuff? Are they numb to life? That kind of stuff. And yeah, it's like, have they taken the time to actually ask themselves, what do they actually care about in this world, and focus that attention in the center of their chest? Because that's where it has to start, from the heart, to have that care, to have a proper caring relationship full of, proper love and stuff, and have the trifecta love, right? In Greek, got philos, eros, and agape, to really put forth that, life force energy behind one's great work, or just, life path, right? So yeah, make it short and sweet for now.
Yeah, I'll add on the hatred just to make it clear. We're not saying that you're like, I hate myself so much, I'm worthless, I'm a piece of shit. That's not what we're like. That could be the case. But we're saying that inside, that, like Brandon was saying, that you don't even care about that situation that you're in, and wanting to do something about it, and healing from that lack of care. So it's an indication that there's like an aspect of hatred in terms of a lack of care and love for yourself, for your own existence, and the condition you find yourself in, that we all find ourselves in, which is of enslavement, various degrees of enslavement. And if you're not going to develop that care and love for yourself, then how could you possibly have it for others? How could you want that care and love for their own existence to be free from enslavement if you don't even have it for yourself, and you're not even willing to do it for yourself? And yeah, I think that's the self-hatred aspect is a good angle to look at it from, the self-hatred / self-loathing. And it's something people don't think about, certainly certainly not in the whole world, and let alone not even in the the truth, freedom movement. People don't even consider that as their inner psychological state that they're currently living in, and the need to get out of it and do the work to get out of that darkness, to lead themselves out. Yeah. So I guess another thing that I'll mention for self-loathing is so in my presentation on morality, I termed the higher level morality, morality level 2. And so that's represented by the sacred masculine self-defense. And self-defense can be physical self-defense, or it can be the intellectual self-defense, which is doing the great work and trying to get people morally united and apply pressure to get other people to stop what they're doing. And then if they don't, eventually, if we reach enough numbers, well, we can make them stop physically through physical self-defense. And the corollary to that, as the opposite, would be pacifism. And I termed it, I think, in my pillars of darkness, as opposed to the pillars of enlightenment, the sacred feminine, the sacred masculine, non-violence or non-aggression, and self-defense. Well, the pillars of darkness are pacifism, and on the masculine side is domination, being a predator, dominating. And that's master and slave. The pacifist does nothing to defend themselves, so they're in slave think, and the dominator is in the master think, where they can think they can just dominate and control others to make them subsume their will to their will as the one who's doing the domination. And that's what people are stuck in. They might think that, oh, I'm not a pacifist, I defend myself. Well, maybe in like a physical self-defense, but you're not engaging in that intellectual self-defense because you're not in that constant state of a physical self-defense at all times. But we are always being imposed that slavery. So you're not always defending yourself against that slavery in a physical sense. That would just probably result in the termination and the extinguishment of your life, because the powers that are united in keeping the enslavement going are larger than you as one individual. That's why we need numbers to make this change, either through intellectual self-defense by growing the voice of truth and influencing others to stop their behaviors, or as the less preferable is the physical self-defense to make them stop. So yeah, that's one aspect. People can think of it more deeply in a different way. Do you want to be a pacifist and just do nothing to end evil? Because that's what you're doing if you're not doing the great work of trying to get people to understand, what's right, what's wrong, what's moral, what's evil, what's good. And all that is helping to end the evil, because that's going to influence their behavior, so that if they are engaging in it, then they're going to learn to not do it themselves, and eventually learn to do that work that influenced them. And then it grows and grows and grows. It's being a link in a chain for moral truth and trying to restore freedom. I don't know if anyone wanted to add anything to that, and we could talk about, if not, you can go into the Hiram Abiff, apathy, ignorance, cowardice, laziness, how this factors in, maybe.
Yeah, not sure why my stream deck is acting weird. Can you hear me? Okay, yeah. Stupid Windows. Yeah, when Derek was talking, and what Kris was saying, this idea of boundaries just popped into my head, because it's really what we are, talking about. And a individual, who's stuck in that, that state of self-loathing, I would say, doesn't have, true boundaries, and they don't understand the importance of boundaries, because that is, understanding both aspects of how the masculine and the feminine, and you respect those boundaries. And then if someone oversteps those boundaries, then you, would use, health defense to, to stop their, aggression. But in that state of self-loathing, it's like you don't even have boundaries upon your own, self, on what you will let other people, help do to you. So if you realize that the situation or the condition is slavery, then you would at least have enough self-care and a lot of, self-worth to say, hey, I'm not a slave. Hey, I'm going to, fight for freedom. Hey, this is where I draw the line. This is, how my boundary, and I'm not going to let anybody, step over that line. or transgress or encroach upon that line. So then therefore you would go into how the means of defense, because that's really what we're doing. This is a means of self-defense, because we don't want to be enslaved. We don't want to see others enslaved, and we are using our voices to say no, because that is one of the greatest means of defense, is using your voice to speak out and setting those boundaries and setting up those boundaries. So when you say no, this is where my line is, the saying, you will let others know, where that boundary is. And that's why you have those, how I would say, um kind of like a negative form of the trivium, with the ignorance, apathy, and cowardly. All three of those things step over boundaries, because if you are in a state of ignorance, you don't care. You don't want to know that boundaries exist. If you are in that state of apathy, you don't care enough to even ask hell what those parameters are for those boundaries. And if you're in a state of cowardice, you may actually know hell about those boundaries, but you're never will defend them or use defense if someone encroaches upon those set boundaries. So this kind of gets into the whole three aspects of unconsciousness, is what how I would call them: the whole ignorance, apathy, and cowardliness, or being a coward.
Cheers. Yeah. I'll just add on before Kris, we get into cowardice more. Possibly, I could be wrong on this, but I just wrote this down thinking about the scale of polarity in regards to apathetic people, and thinking about like the complete unconscious, dead walker, ignorant person, whatever. And then you have like the person who's been seeking the truth and all this stuff, and maybe I guess the term would be like they got black pilled or whatever, right? I don't know why people have to obsess over pills so much. I mean, the Matrix was like 30 years ago, guys. We can find out better analogies, but you know what I mean, right? So
There are no better analogies than the Matrix.
fair enough, yeah. I will not argue with that, but yeah. Just hearing pills all the time is kind of funny. Anyways, and what colors, man? So can we spot someone who's apathetic, or self-loathing rather, by them? Yeah, what's up, Theo?
Yo.
When you see people that that just hate others, like the humanity haters and that kind of stuff, like I can't stand people and this and that. Are those mental and emotional projections of their own issues going on? And I'm sure you've heard, even some friends and this and that, and it's more in the lighter side of thing of I can't stand people and this and that, and it's just coming from the aspect of someone that's gotten over a lot of the programming and all that stuff, yet they're just inundated by a bunch of ignoramuses and that kind of stuff. The ignorati, right? Or whatever it's called. So yeah, how can people strike a balance, especially those that are keyed into and that have had some pills on the good side, right? And are, activated some kind of gnosis within them, yet, they're still just really not feeling themselves and others and all that stuff. So yeah, it's an interesting conundrum, I suppose. But yeah, what's good, Theo?
Hey guys, yeah, good to see you all. Yeah, it's a good topic, the self-loathing. I think it's a very, very, very common problem with almost everyone in this society. The society is kind of engineered for self-loathing, because yeah, if you hate yourself, if you hate everything, you think just the world is just going to hell and the sun will explode, and there will be a nuclear war and all this shit, and like what's the point of all of it? Then you're just powerless. You're just going by the motions. You just seeking pleasure and comfort, and you have no spirituality. You have no purpose, and that's a perfect slave, I suppose, in in a fake free society, right? So yeah, you know, obviously the great work is first and foremost to empower yourself, and once you feel truly empowered, once you truly feel that you have purpose, that you love yourself, that you have love for everything, you have agape, that's when you can truly then do the great work also outside and try to inspire people to be the same.
Yeah, that was good points on the whole black pilled. There's no point to any of it. There's nothing you can do, and you're disempowered. So, you realize that you do have some power. There is something you can do, and stuff like this is what you can do, is to try to increase the voice of truth, because it's true. People get I was going to say a limited perspective, but they get like a false overall perspective of how reality generation works. As I visualize in my circle of life, as I've called it earlier, in that circle with the trivium and the trinity of consciousness connected. You yourself aren't going to bring an end to slavery. You yourself aren't going to, make everything change. And so people just look at it that way, like me, myself, well, I can't do anything. So the way things are, I can't change that. And so there's nothing I can do. I'm just going to keep living for myself. And that's another aspect that we can talk about, is this selfish living. And then they just care about themselves and those around them. And it's perplexing. It's an interesting inner conflict. And that's one of the things I have noted here too, because they still have aspects of self-loathing and self-hatred, as we've been talking about. But they're also mostly just concerned with themselves. So it's not that, they only care about themselves and those around them, their friends and their family. And, then they have self-love and self-care. Well, no, they have it in more of a negative sense. Not in a like dark evil sense necessarily, but that negative sense is making them focus just on what they can do for them, or what they can do for their family, or what they can do for their friends and other people they know. And they're not looking at what they can do for everyone in a global sense, in terms of the reality we live in. That's how this aspect that they're not realizing is the co-created aspect of the world we live in. So even before, at one point there wasn't governments. It was dictators or emperors or whatever system, and then they changed it to deceive us and make it, hey, it's we the people. You guys are in power. Hey, don't you feel empowered? Yeah, it's great. And so to make that happen, it's not like one guy was like, okay, governments are here. They're in reality. Ta-da! I'm the one because I got tons of money. I made it happen. Well, no, it's everyone deciding that, oh, that sounds like a good idea. Okay, let's get on board. Let's get on that bandwagon. And well, that becomes the way everything is, because everyone accepts it as the way it's going to be, whereas it wasn't like that before. And that's where the power actually is in, what I've called the principle of quantity, or the principle of the majority. Whatever the majority are doing is what's going to happen. So if people want to do bad things, then the bad things are going to be happen. If they want to allow other people to do bad things, well, then they're going to allow other people to do bad things. And if they want to stop them, well, then they can stop them. They can do whatever, and whatever they do is what ends up getting done. And so that needs a quantity of people. It needs more people doing it. And we're not at that point, because that behavior is motivated and driven by the internal realm, as within, so without. So that internal mental state is not present in the majority of people. Hence the need for doing the great work to influence and bring this information to more people, increase that voice of truth so that they can have the opportunity to access the information from different people, different sources, different ways of explaining it, and then they can potentially be influenced by it. Otherwise, if they're not going to be influenced by it, well, then they're not going to change their behavior and the necessary methods that will potentially result in that outer world changing in a different direction. They're just going to keep going in the same direction, keep focusing on themselves and on those around them, and trying to impact. All of their energy and their time and their attention is going to be directed towards either themselves or those in their immediate vicinity, and they're not enlarging that compassion and that focus and that agape, is that caring, about something outside of you that's bigger than you. And we're not talking about caring about government or being in the police or the military or, all these things that people give themselves over, and they think that they're connected to something larger than themselves. We're talking about the ultimate thing to be connected to, and the truth itself, as caring for truth, and especially moral truth. As I mentioned, not caring about football or baseball or hockey statistics, but caring about quality truths, which is the most important, are moral truths. And that will propel us towards a greater quality of life for everyone. So it's about not just how you can use moral truth to impact your life, but how you can use moral truth for an impact on everyone's life. And that's the wider care and the wider sense of love, of including all, because freedom is for all, and freedom can only be created by all, for all. You're not going to be creating true freedom while you just focus on yourself. You're not going to have true freedom in an area if some people are being enslaved, because true freedom is a representation of the aggregate. And when you sum all that aggregate, well, you're not going to have that pure blue bucket of paint. You're going to have some red mixed in there. So it's not going to be pure blue. It's still going to be mostly blue, and mostly everyone's going to have their freedom, but your area isn't going to be an area of true freedom. And you could be next. And that's what happened with government. They might have started or long ago with authority. The authority only impacted some people, and they accepted it because they got benefits, and then it just impacted more people, and they just went along with it, maybe because of the benefits. Who knows? When the aliens created us or whatever, however it happened, if it happened that way, we don't really know, but interesting stuff to look into. So there's that selfish living, and there's also the like Brendan mentioned, unconsciousness. So that apathy, ignorance, cowardice, and laziness, the negative aspects of the trivium and unconsciousness, and where you're just focusing on yourself, and you can think that's self-love or self-care, but it's actually you're disunited within yourself because you care so much about yourself and those around you, but you're still in self-loathing and still in self-hatred. So this is a contradiction within, because you haven't gone deep enough into your psyche and self-examination process, self-reflection, and that inner work, so that you still have an aspect that's within you that contradicts how you think of yourself, which is people who love themselves and they're selfish. Well, that's in contradiction to actually having self-love and self-care, even though people might think of it like that. Oh, they love themselves too much. Well, they don't. They don't have that true self-love and that true self-care. It's a corrupted form of it. So if anyone wants to bounce off of that.
Real quick, I was just thinking about one of the toxic axioms that gets infested or gets conditioned in our mind is, this axiom of, you aren't capable of changing yourself or changing anything, in this world. And that's what I think a lot of the self-hatred, stems from, is, these people feel like, well, who's going to want to listen to me? What can I do? I'm just this one, small ant in this ocean of, her possibility. What can I do? Hell, again, that's the axiom, you know, that incorrect, axiom that you cannot change yourself and that you cannot, change anything. And that right there is one of the biggest things that will lead to a state of, self-loathing, because you as a individual who is capable of free will creation is more than capable of change. Like that's what is always associated with, creativity, because you are creating something, and whenever you create something, you're actually changing something too. So then therefore you as a human being, you just being in existence always, has that potential, but it is only in your thinking, only in the ignorance, in your mindset, that worldview, which um um breaks down that, health ability. It starts to erode. So with over time, and with enough repetition, with enough, being, told this, have told that, and all of that conditioning, then you start to actually believe, the axiom is actually true. And therefore, when it comes to, truly teaching, and trying to, end slavery, we have these same ideas that are being told to us. What can I do? I'm just one person who's going to listen to me. And hell, again, have you embodied that false axiom of you are not capable of changing yourself, and you are not capable of changing anything in this world? That's something that people really have to ask themselves. Have you bought into that false axiom, that false dogmatic worldview? Because if you're not capable of changing yourself, then are you truly a real human being? A true real human being, with essence and meaning.
Yeah, got to keep it true. Yeah, Kris, I really appreciate your slides, in general. But yeah, those slides with the dark aspects of the pillars of enlightenment, those are really great. When I first saw that, I was like, damn, like that was really cool. I don't think I saw anything like that before. And I had written down some notes, just real well, actually. So I think a lot of these things stem from just one's worldview in their perspective of things. And that could dictate whether they're going to be optimistic or pessimistic or somewhere in between, whatever. This lukewarmness, that's not really where people need to be. We got to be, affirmative with our actions that are aligned. And if you've done that inner work, then it's cultivated, right? So you're just operating from there, right? But there has to be that starting point. So here we are. And to really, cultivate a proper worldview and perspective, it takes a ton of research, and as within, so without as well, like digging deep within your soul. Who are you on this map and all this stuff? Yeah, we're all little drops of water in this big ocean of consciousness. Yet, everyone has their unique frequency. How are people fine-tuning their own frequency, that sound song vibration that they contain within their templating DNA complex, right? So people need to not be afraid to delve into what's there to be discovered within themselves, right? And there's the whole fear of the unknown and all this stuff, of course, right? And I'm alluding to cowardice, right? And I wrote down some things in regards to some of the aspects that seem to crop up with this aspect of people, and that they can be kind of passive aggressive sometimes. They can be hesitant with their decision making, their actions and interactions, and that kind of stuff. they can harbor a good amount of stagnant energy, I suppose. And they could be lacking that conviction and confidence within themselves, uh, authority over their own lives, that proper authority, like they are the author of their book of life and not the authority of anyone else, right? And responsibility. You know, how many people are afraid to take responsibility of their own lives, right, and their actions, and uh, sleep in the bed that they made, right? Reap what they sow, don't you know? And yeah. Theo, what you know?
Yeah, so I like the point Chris Nelson brought up at the end there, that if you have true self-love, or like I think you were hinting at that if you have true self-love, you would do the great work. You would understand that not that, like you mentioned, that false self-love, where it's just about hedonism basically, and fulfilling I don't know, whatever societal expectations there are, and whatever your mama said you should be. I don't know what. Anyway, no, when you really understand true self-love, you really understand that, first of all, that what you do affects other people, and what other people do affects you. So if you have true self-love, you would understand that other people need to have true self-love as well, so they treat you good as well. I know it's a bit of a mind bender, but yeah, I think that's what we're hinting at there, with that the true self-love, because it's based in truth. And if everyone is all loving themselves in a fake way, so they're living in a fake fantasy world where hedonism is the most important thing, and government is the best thing ever, and wars are okay, they must happen, it's the necessary evil, then they don't truly love themselves, obviously. They don't truly love the world, obviously, and then they don't truly love you. So how can you have yeah, that's true love going on when there's all this fakery, all these falsities, fallacies, and all those things. So yeah, I think that's why this education of truth, care for truth, as you are spearheading, Chris, and of course everyone in the One Great Work Network is aspiring to do as well, and people who are looking to just do the great work in their own way, whether or not they're affiliated with it, it doesn't matter. It's not a club. It's for everyone to do if you want that true self-love, if you want that true, truly free, truly moral and beautiful world that we're trying to cultivate.
Yeah. The more people that get involved, the greater chance we have of eventually, however long it takes, of achieving the goal. And then, well, we're going to die. And if more people don't come in to take up that torch, carry the torch, we got to pass the flame and spread the light, become more light bearers, carry that light of knowledge, the positive knowledge. Well, the negative knowledge too, but for the goal of the positive work of how to get ourselves unfucked. And yeah, it's all that percentage. The percentage got to go up. And the more people that join in, the more the percentage goes up, and it's got to carry on through the generations. And this aspect of the selfishness or hedonism, the pursuit of pleasure, and some people might not be completely pursuing pleasure to that extent of like hedonism as it's usually understood, but the pleasure trap of just wanting to do things for yourself, and it's all about the desire of getting what they want personally for themselves as an individual, as an ego personality identity construct that they're formed into. They just want things for themselves or for those they're close with, their family or their friends. And that's what they focus on. That's what they invest their time and their attention and they get a return based on that time and attention put forth on those mostly selfish endeavors and those connected to them in their personal lives. And they don't want to sacrifice to do what's necessary, which is the sacrifice of their time and attention towards those personal things, those things they want to do in their personal lives. They don't want to sacrifice that. They don't want to take that allocation of time, however much it is, 1 hour per day or a half hour, or whatever, and instead of putting it over here into the selfish pile of you or those around you, to put it into the great work pile. And if you do that an hour a day, or do 5 hours on the weekend, I don't know, and then eventually you could do something. But it takes that sacrifice that you need to take from somewhere else, that thing you're going to sacrifice that you want for yourselves, and that time and attention that you want there, you have to sacrifice it and have it as an offering for the great work. You have to give that burnt offering. You have to burn it away, in a sense, metaphorically. And instead of going over here, well, you have to, I'm offering it to you, the God of truth. And then the God of truth takes your sacrifice, and well, that's where your time and attention is going over here into that instead. And that's what people, how many thousands and thousands of people Passio has, there's a lot of subscribers, people view his stuff, and this is what he gets mad about, is people say, even the people who haven't gone through it, or maybe not even heard, they say they want freedom. Oh, I want freedom. Yeah, freedom. Vote for Trump and whatever other stupid shit they do, and just focusing on the effects, or going down the wrong hole of just wanting to repeat the control system with someone else as the master for 4 years. But they're not fulfilling the requirements. Well, you want something, but how do you make it happen? So they say they want something to happen, but they don't even know how to make it happen. So how can you make something happen if you don't even know how to make it happen? And that's what Passio just gets mad about, is that you're too fucking dumb. You say you want something, but you don't even know how to make it happen. What are the requirements? It's like, I want to eat a nice bowl of cereal. Well, what are the requirements? You need to gather, well, what are you going to put in it? You're going to put this, you're going to put that. I want a fruit salad. I want this. Well, what kind of fruit? There's requirements to make things happen. Well, what's the requirements for freedom? People don't even understand how to even create the requirements, because they don't even understand what freedom is in the first place. It's just a word, and it's just taken as a selfish, it's just bounced back against themselves as like, oh, well, freedom for me is having more time in my life and retiring at 55 and having a few $1 million, and then I can go on trips to here and trips to there and da-da-da and take care of my kids and they can go to college, and that's freedom. Well, no, that's more financial freedom, but that's not what freedom is. And so they don't even understand freedom. And because they don't even understand freedom, well, they're not going to understand the requirements to get that thing that they don't even have a definition for. So they're completely lost. And so what they actually want, when they say they want freedom, but they're not going to fulfill the requirements because they have no fucking clue what they're even doing, what they actually want in the end is, oh, so you're not doing anything to end government or police or the military or the control system, the enslavement system. So what you want is more of that, right? You're not trying to do anything about it. You're just voting for another master to give orders to other people and just keep the whole system of enslavement and control going. So you want more government, you want more police, you want more military to go steal resources so you can benefit from, steal it from over there so you can gain advantage. And so you just want to keep slavery going. And so that means you just want slavery. And you want death, and you want chaos to be around in the world, perpetuated by what you want. And that makes you evil, because you want that to happen. It doesn't matter if you don't realize that what you want is slavery, or that what you want is going to be perpetuating death and chaos and decay. You want the things that are going to create that. And whether you're ignorant of it or not, that's still what you want. And that makes you evil internally, because you're advocating for those things to happen by your support of those systems of control and enslavement. So you in the end, comes back to the self-love and the self-loathing and the self-hatred is, well, if you want those things, then you don't want things to be good for yourself and your future descendants, because you're just ensuring that they're going to get more or probably worse, that they're going to get the degree of enslavement is going to ratchet up and the degree of freedom is going to go down progressively, and they're going to be worse off. So, yeah. Anyone want to say something else?
Well, freedom to me means, man, when I hear that, when you actually want to define the word, and then they say, well, to me, it means this. And I'm like, oh, man, you were really missing the true meaning, the true definitive meaning, because it's not what it means to you or, to any individual. It's what it means in reality. So, yeah. But when someone says that, you just listen to the words, like they're coming from this subjective, you know, ego, kind of approach. They're so tied to their ego that when you ask them what a word means, they tie it to themselves as if they are the ones, who get to define and make up the definition of, those words. But earlier Theo was talking, and then he said something about like the false love. And yeah, this is something that I've always said is, like we live in a world that gives you proxy love. It gives you fake love. And I don't think many of us have really experienced true, real love. You know, it seems to be something that is dying out like freedom, because a lot of people will say they love, their partner, will say they love, their spouse or, their kids, or, or the family member or whoever. Then in the next breath, they'll say something that's totally contradictory. And then you look at their actions, and they're out there voting, doing immoral behaviors and hell arresting people, like these order followers don't realize those actions that they're doing, someone is going to do those same actions upon their loved ones. So it's like, is it really truly love? And you know, I'm not talking about, just like eros or, philios or, like the love for your, son. I'm talking about like true love, to where you put doing the right thing over any other relationship, true agape. You love truth and you have that principle of wanting to do the right thing first over any kind of, one-on-one, relationship. So yeah, I just wanted to bring that up. Is we live in a proxy love world. And let me see, what else did I have? Yeah. Oh yeah, one thing talking about the ego and all this stuff. Another reason why this shadow work is important, because when you get into this line of work, when you start, dealing with other people and individuals, if you have not done at least a modicum of internal work, it will bleed out onto, this kind of work, and other people will start to see it. We've seen it in other people. You get into groups and you start to see, certain ways, people act, and it's all telling, because with enough time, everything starts to show, people's true colors do start to come out. So that's why it's so important to, start doing this work, not just because it's the right thing to do and the correct thing to do and it's the required thing to do, but if you're really going to do this work, then it comes with the territory, because if not, you just will not last long, because those traumas, those inconsistency, those fears will always start to bleed out and um creep up to the surface and bleed out, onto other things.
Yeah, real talk. And this is kind of what I mentioned in the video that I finally finalized after like just putting this off for over a month. Kind of talking about the dynamics of, some of this infighting and stuff and all that jazz. And to what Brandon's talking about, and it's just in general. Anytime you open up your mouth, in general, you're exposing your level of consciousness and awareness and where you're at with your inner work and all that stuff. And yeah, over time, as Brandon said, you can see certain patterns with people, with the words they use. Are they congruent with their actions and stuff? Are they emotionally in control of them? As you know, all that stuff. So yeah, and yeah, the, the whole fake love stuff and all that. How much is it lip service? To what degree, right? And what delusions are they saying it under? And yeah, again, it kind of goes back to some of these worldviews that I was talking about, and spending the proper time, as Kris was talking about. Yeah, time is so valuable and important, and people squander it like it's the Netflix binge fest or whatever, right? So yeah, I see that, people can be quite selfish with, their squandered time. It's kind of like the my freedom movement. No, this is my time. I want to spend it how I want to, and just, I just want to, tune in and cop out, as that one saying in the 90s used to go, right? I know folks ain't really watching the boob tube anymore because there's so much streaming and all that jazz, right? But regardless, there's an overabundance of distractions at the same time with all the stuff. Shit, power just went out for a second. Sorry. So, how can one really get a foothold into flipping the script and looking to purge their garbage time into valuable time? Like anyone's free time away from work, what do you do as soon as you get up from bed? Do you have to have a breakfast and that kind of stuff? Are you able to listen to podcasts or something like that of substance while you have to clean, cook, or do any kind of chores and all that stuff, or during your commutes and all that stuff? We need to optimize our time in so many different ways, right? And like, how much value are you getting out of the latest poop culture crap anyways, right? Or movies and all that stuff. I'm not saying they're worthless, but compared to what we've been researching and all that stuff, like come on now. And yes, there are great allegories, as Kris, you mentioned with the Matrix, that totally makes sense and can bring things back to basics a little bit with people understanding some of these allegories of the situation that we're placed in. Because yeah, the AI is kind of flooding the lamestream, and just how societal systems have been functioning for a while. It just seems like the landscape is just going to be changed from not just the internet of things, but the people in society of things, or the internet of people in society, almost. Anyways,
Yeah, they
that's
call
all.
it Internet of Bodies, to putting the devices in us instead of just the technology around us connected.
Right. Yeah. There you go. And that's pretty much all I was going to say. Go for it, Kris. Want to continue, or Theo?
Yeah, I can just say quickly that so continuing with what you were saying, Derek, is about true self-love. Also, what I was saying, I think yeah, you kind of connected the dot there, because another thing is like, if you have that true self-love, you wouldn't be just binging Netflix and watching pop culture and TikTok videos and whatever the fuck all day that have no meaning. It just eye candy, or just, I don't know, just funny videos, cat videos, whatever the fuck. Yeah, you wouldn't be just consuming that all day. And of course, I know many people that say maybe they have work, and so after work they will just want to zone out and just not have to do anything. But that's not true self-love. Like, you can always find time to do something creative, to do something useful, to do some shadow work, some meditation, something that will help you. And when you have that true self-love, you understand that once you help yourself, you help others. It goes in and out, and out and in, back and forth. So beyond that positive cycle, get into a positive cycle with the way you live your life, instead of that negative, self-loathing cycle. Maybe you don't even see it that way. You don't even like perceive it that watching Netflix all day and just going to work and then do this and that, this cycle that most people are stuck in. They think it's, yeah, I'm just doing the best I can. Whatever, it's like, no, no, you can do a lot better. Even putting, I don't know, 10 minutes a day to meditate, it's already much better than none, than zero. Even putting 10 minutes to meditate, 10 minutes to do something creative, to write something, one page in your diary, even if not one page in a book that maybe you could write for people to enlighten them with whatever experience you have. Like, we all have unique experiences, even if you think you're just your average Joe and Jane. No, like, we all have unique experiences. Like Derek mentioned, we're all unique frequencies. So, like, share your gift with the world. That's true self-love. Is like, be the true unique you, unforgivingly, and yes, spread your uniqueness with the world. And don't be shy about it. Don't put any masks on. It's not helping you, it's not helping anyone else.
Yeah, one thing, I think Theo and Derek mentioned it last time about the black pill and there's no point, or hating others. Like in general, oh, those sheeple, all the masses, they suck and they're stupid. So usually it's disliking them because they're still in the brainwashing and the mind control. So these other people, well, they could have been red pilled, right? And so they're aware of it. So they're like, the masses, the sheeple, they're dumb. We can refer to people who just don't get it and they're still asleep, unconscious, dead, uninitiated, unbegun. But, so they're not like you that way, but are they like you another way that they're not doing? In the sense that, well, they're not doing anything to end evil, but neither are you if you're not activated. So, you could still relate to them on that aspect that you're also in that negative quality. You want to bitch about them in that negative quality that you don't have anymore, but you still have that negative aspect within you that you haven't activated and overcome, that darkness within. And so they're behaving that way. And you can say, oh, well, they're not doing anything. They're not doing anything to end the evil, or the true sense that we're bound to the free will choices of others, and that's true because of all the actions that they take as a majority. That they want the system of enslavement, even though they don't realize that it's a system of enslavement. They still want it. They still like it, or else they'd be doing something to try to end it. And since they're not, well, they like it, and so we're bound by the actions of others, and they're not doing anything, but neither are most people who can be in this mindset of like hating the other people. There's like one thing of referring to them as, yes, dead, unawakened, uninitiated, unbegun. But if you're not doing the great work, you're also in a level of unbegunness. You might have begun that inner work, but you didn't go far enough away, which is what we're talking about here. This is the facing the mirror, the barriers to initiation, that shadow work, that inner work that you haven't gone far enough into and you haven't worked through to activate and actualize, to remake yourself as a phoenix burning in the flames and remaking themselves, reborn from the ashes. And there's other illusions and symbolism that we can come up with for remaking ourselves and alchemy. So a lot of people have done like work on themselves, red pill, but they can view others in a negative light. Okay, fair enough, but recognize that they're also in the position that you're still in, because yes, they're like that, they're not awakened, and you are to a certain level, but you still have more to go, and you're still not contributing to ending evil, just like they're not contributing to ending evil. So you might just be aware, but that's just your internal domain. You have to put that work outwards and try to create an influence through that content that will enlarge the voice of truth. And we're not talking about a one-on-one basis. That's going back hundreds or thousands of years, even before writing. That was the only way, which was very ineffective and explains why not many people could have understood the level of things that we can understand now, because it was just word of mouth. And then when writing came out, well, there was still a shitload of illiteracy. Only a small percentage of people knew how to read, and even smaller knew how to write. So it was still ineffective. And then literacy grew, and then more people were able to learn. They didn't have to go to these specialized, exclusive elite schools to gain any knowledge. Books were created, and the printing press helped. Now we're in the information age. Now it's amazing, wondrous. You can just have your black slab in front of you, and you can listen to ebooks or read them, listen to them doing other things, listen to podcasts like Derek mentioned. I've mentioned that before. Do that in all your free time. I go in the shower, boom. Cooking, boom. Driving car, boom. It's all over the place, all the time. And so that's how you maximize your time. You don't have time to learn. Well, you do, because all these times where you're just doing these mundane chores, that's time where your attention can take in that information from an audio source. Obviously, you're doing something, so you need your eyes usually to do that. So you're just going to listen to the audio. But the tasks are so mundane, like cooking. You're not thinking and concentrating so hard. You're doing stuff, so you're going to catch most of the information in a podcast or audio. And maybe it'll only be 50% or whatever. When you're taking your shower, when you're driving to the groceries or driving around doing something, you go do yard work, you work in the garden. Well, those are all times where you're just doing like mechanical work that doesn't require much mental work, and your mental attention can absorb that information because the mechanical work doesn't require much of your concentrative power, and so the information can come in. Yeah, if anyone wants to say anything else, and we'll close it up after that.
I'll jump in on that because that's something that I started doing when I started this. Is I would have podcasts. I would have Mark's podcast on. I would have all kind of podcasts and lectures playing in the background. If I was going to work, hell, had a podcast playing. If I was at work, if I'm on break, I'm walking around. People think I'm listening to music. Nope, I'm listening to a podcast. I'm still the same way, because how my thing is, if there was a time for you to take in information, then there's always a time for you to take in the information, as long as like your mindset wasn't focused on doing something else. So if you are at home and you're doing some chores, hey man, put on a good radio show or a good lecture and have it playing like in the background. Hell, when I'm going and cutting the grass, I'll put in my earbuds, have a podcast playing. So it's like, what are you willing to sacrifice when it comes to spending your time and hell attention? You can spend that time and hell attention listening to some garbage music, or you can spend that same time and attention and listen to something like a podcast that's very educational. And it's just something that anybody can do. Anyone can do. Driving and going home from work. If you have an hour, that's an hour. 5 days. Hell, so that's 5 hours a week that you could be using toward learning. You could sacrifice some time sleeping. Sacrifice 30 minutes. Sacrifice hell, 1 hour. It's like, so what are you willing to give up to get this information in? And the whole listening to podcasts and lectures, people really need to be taking advantage of that, because it's so simple and easy, man. And like Kris said, you may not retain like all the knowledge, but if it's an hour podcast, you listen to it 2-3 times. Hell, I would have stuff playing when I was asleep. Like I wanted it in my subconscious, man. Like I always had stuff playing. Like I would even print out symbols and just like put them like in my health consciousness, like put them in front of me just to get all this information in as much as possible. But it just comes down to how much people care and really want it bad. But to sum it up, possibly be my last round talking on this video. But again, we can come on here and talk about all these topics, how UFOs, still waiting on the government to release those secret documents, about UFOs. We can come on here and talk about remote viewing, come in and talk about all of this stuff that all these conspiratorial people are so deeply involved with talking in, but none of them still want to talk about morality, because at the end of the day, that's really that's the only thing it's about, is the morality and truth. And without those core principles, then all the information is irrelevant. UFOs is irrelevant. Remote viewing is irrelevant. How we was created is irrelevant. How the universe was created is irrelevant if we don't understand basic morality. So I'll just leave it at that, because I'm going to keep coming back to the whole moral aspect, because that's what human beings need to understand, learn, and adhere to and abide by. But thanks for having me on. It's always a pleasure. Theo, Derek, it's always fun coming and chatting. It would be nice to have a new face come on, but hey, maybe next week. There's always the potential that maybe hell, the next show someone will grow some courage and come on here.
Cheers to that, Brandon. And yeah, I forgot to hit up Sarah to see if she was available tonight, but it was fun having her on last week. That was cool. Yeah, so yeah, the whole free time stuff, and it just seems like people act like they have no free time at all, but they have certain programs and schedules and stuff that they want to pay attention to that is not, it's like they're like lying to themselves and other people sometimes, and like, I have no free time. Well, make the free time. I made so much free time in my life. I shaved off 8 hours of sleep to like 4 to 5, and then had sleepless nights because once you get latched on to certain information and stuff, sometimes you get hooked in, and you're restless, right? Brandon knows what's up for sure, man. Like,
yeah, you can't sleep. Yeah, your mind's focused, and yeah, like your mind just like, nah, I'm staying up. Yep, been there many times.
Yeah, fuck yeah. And yeah, it does take a good amount of focus. Yet, can we train our minds a little bit to? All right, so the undivided attention, right? We can divide it a little bit with some of these little mundane tasks, like Brendan you were talking about, and like cutting the grass. Like earlier today, I was editing, listening to a music mix that people can listen to as well. If you need to listen to get your music fix in, but want to be aligned to some good shit, check out my channel, AwakenYaMind, because I got tons of good stuff. But just out in the garden, I'm like running to the garden more often just to help my landlord weed out some stuff, and it's just fun because you're in the sun, and I'm like sunbathing, listening to some good stuff, and just out in nature. It's great. That sounds like cliche almost these days, but you know what I mean, right? So doing little mundane tasks, yeah, not something where you have to focus all your mindfulness on that stuff, and when you're listening to something, you're not really paying attention, right? So yeah, that's what Brandon was talking about, and that's what I'm expounding upon a little bit. And also, hey, I know folks are still addicted to video games. Whatever. Do you have to listen to the sound effects all the time, though? Can you not play a podcast in the background or some of my mixes or whatever? So yeah, things to consider. And what I have, and working out, that's also something great. And yeah, I know people need that, whatever kind of motivational, high octane music sometimes. Like, do you really though? Like, like get some high octane Mark Passio up in your earbuds. All right, that'll get you pumping iron pretty fucking heavy, right? So yeah, and yeah, just focusing on building and maintaining a good physicality, all the health aspects of our lives. It all goes back to self-care, and that is, when we focus on that, it's going to be dissolving some of that self-loathing, I think, as well, because we go at it hard, looking yourself in the mirror, you're grilling yourself, right? Why do I hate myself so much? What the fuck, right? Is that the right approach to take it? Or do you take, incremental baby steps towards, something? Or, hey, sometimes whatever floats people's boats, people are going to operate in different ways, obviously, in whatever people's life trajectory right? Some people can have an epiphany or an aha moment and whatever, and just like snap out of it or whatever, right? So to each their own. We're just throwing out some advice and things that have helped us and could help others. So yeah, Kris, thank you so much for putting this really cool series together. I love this idea, and I love to try to help motivate other folks as well, and myself. This has motivated me too, man. Cheers, y'all.
Well, just something just came to mind with what you said, Derek, like baby steps. I think like something holding people back from doing something like this is just that look in the mirror. Like that's that first step. I think even Mark mentioned that. It's like, you know, when we're doing this, we're seeing ourselves all the time, right? When we live streaming, doing this kind of podcast, video podcast, yeah, you see yourself, and I think most people really are scared of that. They have that self-loathing still, even if they are already like are part of the even natural law community. We see so many people who understand those things, or at least mostly understand those natural law information, and then they still cannot get beyond that barrier of entry to the great work, you know, like just because, yeah, they just maybe cannot stand the way they look, or they're afraid they will look silly or something, or they sound not smart enough. I don't know what. You know, so take a good look in the mirror, because, you know, what we do here is, you know, like we're just, you know, seeing our mirror self when we're just talking, and, you know, of course we're having conversation as well. But again, just do that first baby step, you know, look in the mirror and accept yourself, you know, say good things to yourself, like look in the mirror and, you know, say I love you, you know, say, you know, you're great, you know, you have amazing potential, you know. You know, it sounds a bit embarrassing, but, you know, this is one of those things you gotta do sometimes, right? I mean, yeah, go out to nature, you know, like have a connection to the earth, you know, maybe hug a tree or two. You know, don't be afraid to do those things, because those are the steps to healing and to true self-love, I think. All right, so, you know, if you don't love nature, how can you love nature, natural law? How can you love yourself? So yeah, and one thing that Brandon mentioned about morality, like that you know, having to yeah, understand morality and the importance of it, and that's the kind of primary or priority of understanding or knowledge acquiring, or all that. Like morality is the most important thing to talk about and all that. So that brought to mind that many people think morality, they associated, you know, if not with religion, then they just think, oh, it's just basic. Of course, I don't want to harm anyone. Like, morality is basic. Why are you talking about morality to me? You know, I had this experience actually. So like, you know, people just think, yeah, you know, like it's not something that is so important to talk about. Why you want to talk about it with me? Right? So it's like, how do you explain to people that actually there is a lot to talk about with morality, and that it is very important to always talk about it, to always how to say, like put another you know, like nail in some, I don't know, I don't have a right metaphor right now, but like make it stronger, you know, like, you know, hammering another nail on that sign of, like, you know, true morality, like, you know, every day, like to really have it solidify in people. Because one thing I can explain to people is like, look at the world, look how many wars there are still going on, look how many people still lie every day, how lying is normalized completely, which is immoral, because you're deceiving, right? You're stealing someone's truth away from them. And so yeah, there's many examples to how immoral the world is, right? What's going on with animals. So, and obviously when you have events like the COVID nonsense, then that's another example of the immorality of the world. and the craziness of it. So I think once you present those examples, then people can already understand, okay, well, you're right, maybe there is something to this morality that we need to go back to and solidify better and harp upon, and make it a wider conversation. Yeah, inspire other people to talk about it. It's not important to talk about fucking conspiracy bullshit, flat Earth nonsense shit. It doesn't help anyone. So talk about what can actually help the world.
Well, some conspiracies are reality, so those can do like a lower level, being aware of the evil, so that you know that, oh, that shit's going on. Well, let's put a stop to it. That can motivate to the higher great work. But yeah, overall, a lot of pointless stuff or very speculative and doesn't really change anything. So what's the point? Yeah, so we'll end it there. Thanks again for coming by, Brendan, Derek, Theo. Appreciate it. And be back next week with Great Work Launchpad episode 6. And then maybe the week after, I will have finally kicked myself in the ass to finish another part of the Law of Freedom. I think the title is like Karma and Authority, something like that. So I'm going to try to put more of my time into getting that done. And yeah, probably not going to be done next week, but the week after, I think so. Who knows? Maybe next week. It'd be a surprise, but planning on Great Work Launchpad episode 6, and I think we'll do Disunity Consciousness. I'll have that as the title within the shadow work and get into the whole aspects of consciousness, the positive and negative. We can bounce off ignorance and knowledge and the cowardice and the courage and all that stuff, and talk about disunity and unity consciousness and clear that up for people and help empower them. All right, well, have a good rest of your evening or day, as it is for Theo, and soon to be day for Derek, because he's in the wee morning hours there. So take care, everyone. Peace. Hello. Welcome to another episode of the Great Work Launchpad. My name is Kris Nelson. My site is evolveconsciousness.org. Today is Wednesday, May 28th, 2025. And this is the Great Work Launchpad episode 6. And a continuation of Shadow Work, part 4. And we're going to be talking about disunity consciousness. Okay. So, there's the link for people who want to come on board. I know Brandon Spencer is going to come. And maybe we'll see Derek Bartolocelli and Theo, like the last time. And so, I'm going to load up an image. Didn't have this prepared. So before talking about, there we go. It worked. All right, we got Brandon here. Let's load him up. All right. Hey, Brandon, how's it going?
Howdy. Howdy. How's it going?
All right. Existing one, image.
Oh, I remember this image.
It's an old school one there. I'll load it in this view instead. Bear with me, guys. Everything's manual here. Okay. So, to talk about disunity consciousness, first, oh, all right, I gotta, we got someone else. I'm gonna reload the image after I bring Derek in here. Okay, image on the third scene. Here we go. Okay. So yes, before talking about the disunity consciousness, we'll talk about the affirmative of what is unity in order to know the disunity. I think it works better that way. And yeah, so before getting into this, so the disunity consciousness will be related to the apathy, ignorance, cowardice, and laziness. And that's, related to this one. I guess that could correlate to where you're not thinking. So if you're not thinking, well, you're not going to be learning, and then you're going to be ignorant. And if you have apathy, well, you're not going to be caring. That's the emotional side. And if you have cowardice and laziness, well, you're not going to have courage, and you're not going to have action. So that's just a brief correlation. And before we get into the disunity, so this is an infographic I made years ago, 2014, 2015, something like that. And we have the trinity of consciousness. We have thoughts on the bottom and emotion. So those are internal domains. That's why it's in blue. I color coded them. Internal is blue, external is red. And so our thoughts is our mind, and emotions are the heart. And they can feed back on each other, because emotions, you don't have emotions without having thoughts of some kind, without information coming in order to stimulate an emotional response. So the mind needs to be there, and then you have the quote heart, whether it's the actual heart or not, it's symbolic. And that's our intelligence and care, or you could look at it, intellect and care. And we can unify those two to create a third unity that leads towards our action, and that's why it's in red, because it's external, as opposed to blue, internal and unseen. The red is what is seen, so our actions are seen. And that requires courage and willpower to bring ourselves to act. And then our actions can feed back into our inputs of what we did, and then we can think about it, and then feel about it, and then modify our actions or engage in them again, and keep repeating it. So on the right, we have thoughts, emotions, and actions are not conflicting. That's when we have unity consciousness. As we think, so we feel, so we do, as Mark Passio coined. Our actions do not betray our words, thoughts, or feelings. So we got the blue to signify unity. We got thought, emotion, and action all lining up. We got unity consciousness. But if one contradicts the other, then it's not unity, but disunity, disharmony, opposition, conflict, non-integrated. So you could have your thought and emotion, but not your action being lined up. You could have your thoughts, but your emotion and action being against your thoughts. Or you could have your thoughts not one way, and then your emotions are one way, and then your actions are matching your thoughts, but your emotions... So I guess the check mark here, I didn't explain it, but it'd be aligned to morality. So where you have... And then you could also have unity consciousness of your thoughts, emotions, and actions. I guess it's more complex than the simplified infographic I have here. You could have thoughts, emotions, and actions, which are in unity consciousness, but disaligned with natural law, with moral law, with objective morality, which would mean you're still in unity consciousness, but I guess it would be a bunch of X's united, or red check marks or something. I don't know. I'd have to think about how to represent that. So that's the basis of unity consciousness. And if anyone wants to talk about the unity consciousness or get into the disunity, go ahead. I'll let you guys have the board.
It's been it's crazy, man. It's been over 10 years since you created that slide. Wow.
Yeah, been a while.
Man, we were so much freer, 10 years ago compared to now.
That pre-COVID era.
Yeah, I know. Like, it's crazy because I'm always like, man, we'll never get back to those times, or Oh man, it's insane. But yeah, the disunity um is something that we not only see within the world, but we see within, individuals who, claim they want freedom. We still see it in like even in the natural law community. Because if someone is disunited within themselves, then will spread that outwardly and sow those seeds of chaos, in whatever group or relationships that they are in. So, like I've said in much of my work, and this slide has, been highly, inspirational and influential in my work. We see that he'll always talk about the two out of the three, and how that equates to, the 666, her repeating. And, of course, Mark has talked about this, along with as many others who have, studied his work and piggybacked off his work. But we see this still in a lot of people, and that disunity or that improper, unity is what we see him manifesting outwardly. And that unification or, that inward, unification, and doesn't really matter if you want to call it, the alchemical wedding or, the merging of the left and right hemispheres of the brain. Like it's been symbolically represented in so many, different ways. That is what we are trying to convey when we are talking about, doing this inner work. Because if one is not aligned, then you yourself aren't integrated, you know. And what does it mean to be integrated or to have integrity? That means to be whole, to have that wholeness, to be filled with something. So if you are, not unified internally, then you are still somewhat broken. You are still somewhat split. You are still somewhat in a form of hell contradiction. So we should strive to always want to, get better and learn to harmonize. And when we see this disunification, being spread, it's an easy sign, that this person or this individual, unfortunately, is not unified within themselves. Because this is something that I personally keep seeing, you know, from individuals who were, in this movement, which is not really a movement. But you see a lot of talk, but hell, by their fruits you shall know them. Their actions are what speak the loudest. And, people want to nitpick other people's works. People want to nitpick other people's flaws. And that's not what is, that's not what it is about. This is not an egoic, battle. It's supposed to be about adhering to principles, serving truth, and ending slavery. That's when you can tell that someone is truly unified because they are striving to reach those goals. And if you are not striving to reach those goals, serve truth, adhere to principles, and end slavery, then you yourself are still not at a state of internal unification. So, but yeah, Chris, this has been. I mean, you have so many like wonderful slides. It would literally be hard to pick a top three or a top five. But yeah, I remember when I came across this slide. Because I heard Mark talk about it, but to actually, see it, because some people are I would say majority of human beings are like visual learners. So, just being able to see the actual, diagram that you created, and then you added you also have one kind of mixed in with the trivium, and you kind of blended and merged it all, together. It was always hell amazing because it took my level of understanding to, like higher points. And, if it wasn't for, your work and some of these creative slides, it helped me, reach a certain, means of unification within myself that took years. But yeah, the thoughts are the most important because I find that's where a lot of people struggle, trying to silence that mind chatter. The mind is always running wild because, sadly, people are just, you know, hell addicted to, fixation by the dopamine on, social media, or they're in this, busy, hell mindset to where they can't sit down and kind of quiet and, silence, the mind and learn to focus, and harmonize, with their thoughts. So that right there is the baseline. And hell, like you said, those thoughts are going to create hell emotions. And then those emotions are going to lead to action and behaviors. So it has to be a stage, a buildup. You have the one, then it harmonizes with the two, creating and birthing, right action. Well, supposed to be, her right action. Um, to pull one out of the other is a flaw, and it is inaccurate, and it is incorrect. And we still see that, sadly. But yeah, hell, I'll pass it on to Derek.
Yeah, cheers, Brandon. And it kind of reminds me of job we had on Dissolving the Divide in regards to the inner divides of how things are in balance, right? With yeah, obviously going off this chart, whether it be thoughts are not, properly aligned with their emotions could be running rampantly away from, proper rational thoughts. Where's the balance, right? As you're saying, like, take the time, breathe, meditate on these things, recenter, recalibrate. And yeah, so there's so much to be. I mean, we could spend the whole hours on the whole inner divide and stuff. Not to go on another episode of that, but yeah, in regards to that great work and what people really need to excavate from themselves, getting the lead out. Beat that lead. Good old lead beater, right? I like that pseudonym. But it really helps one eradicate the competition one has within themselves in regards to, wrestling with all these thoughts that aren't necessarily theirs, and they're able to gain control and propagate more of their own conscious thoughts that are going to stabilize their emotions better, which is going to have a more, consistent, composed behavior and with those, actions that follow suit, right? So yeah, I'm going to keep that short and sweet, actually. Kris, I'm going to pass it off to you because I'm still writing down a couple of notes that I have in regards to your title of this chat. Yeah. Let's have a bon balade. Are we walking on a path? Sorry, go for it. No worries.
Yeah. So this was part of the first presentation I ever did called Foundational Living and True Unity. The infographics, like, obviously they're not top quality there, even compared to my later ones, which are nicer. So yeah, so what I'm going to be talking about related to what Brandon was saying was that, even in what you guys have done with the One Great Work Warriors, there was the episode on compromise. And we are engaging in compromise because, as even Passio has mentioned in several places, he's talked about, we're in a war, and we're in the trenches with people that we don't necessarily like, and we're united for like a I don't know, a temporary unity. It's not a true unity, but they're at where they're at. So this is what, like, this unite on the path we walk. So you can choose, it's representing different levels of moral alignment in going up that mountain of morality and how aligned you are with that peak of morality. So some people can be higher up, some people can be lower up, and that's the different paths, a different pace. We're walking at a different pace. We're walking at a different rhythm. So these are different levels of being and living. Now, you can, if you're at a higher level, choose to, walk with other people at a lower level. And that's where you engage in compromise, because when you're more morally aligned, you want to maintain that integrity you have within yourself, but a lot of people are not at that same level. So this is where the compromise comes in, and that's why, we have to remember that not everyone's going to be, everyone's on their journey, yada, 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 that stuff there. But so we need to, by doing our work, we're influencing other people who probably don't know the information and aren't living it as aligned as we are. So already there, we're influencing people that we don't know, who are going to try to elevate their consciousness, from bronze or lead into silver and gold, that alchemical process. So that's going to be happening with people you don't even interact with. And then even with people you interact with, whether in real life or online, you can have that dynamic in play. So even though you're more morally aligned in your non-enslavement of all beings, you can unite with and collaborate and do things with other people who aren't there yet, who recognize the truth of it and are working to get there, or even with people who reject it and say, no, animals don't matter or whatever, but they care about human freedom or something, so you can collaborate on that level, that lower level. And so there's always this compromise that's coming into play when you're in the trenches and you're going to be fighting with people you don't like against a larger foe. So you'll be united in some respects, but not in a proper unity, like on that path that you're walking. So here we have 4 groups in my infographic. So you might be, higher at the top, and it'd be great if you could unite with people who are at the same level of unity as you. And yeah, strive for that, try to get people up to that level. But the reality is that's not where the interactions are going to happen overall, because that takes a lot of work. That takes a lot of work on yourself. Hence, this series on initially, I had a longer title, Barriers to Initiation, Facing the Mirror, and then I just shortened it to Shadow Work because it was a lot shorter and it takes up a lot of fucking space. So just shorten it to Shadow Work. And so this is what we're emphasizing is, at your level, there could be people not at your level and they have work to do. And, so when you're doing the influence, are they doing the work? No. Well, then you could, like Passio does, that's what he does is, if you're going to tune into his work, well, that's going to be the forced shadow work, where he's talking about your failings and that you're not doing enough, and you need to get involved, and you need to face yourself, and what are these limiting self-beliefs that you engage in that prevent you from engaging in the work. And we'll get into those later. I have that on my list to eventually get to in like a few weeks or months or however long it takes us to get there. But, this is all part of the shadow work. So, and telling people like, you're not doing enough, get off your fucking ass, do something. Okay, you need to learn more, then learn more, put in the time, sacrifice the time. We've already talked about that a bit. We'll talk about it more. And this is where we can get harsh. Then that I guess that he referred to it as a petty tyranny in terms of getting involved in the great work in whatever capacity. Just start doing something. So in that respect, people can be engaging in the great work at whatever level, a minor level, a more involved level. And, they can always up their game and get more involved and put more time in and develop more skills and take like how to be the true media and develop skills and create more content and learn how to use tools like Photoshop and Illustrator and and whatever, and create stunning visuals and movie animations or something. Anyways, so there's a progression, and that's a progression technological wise in the great work, and there's progression in moral alignment. So when we're trying to fight this war, well, you can stick with the moral unity of where you're at and try to get people up there. And in that respect, people have to face themselves and do the work, but they need the information. And sure, you can tell them, like, okay, well, you're failing in this respect. And, you could do it in a harsh way, or you could just state it matter of fact, and you don't need to yell. Or you can yell like Passio's done. Everyone has their own style and how angry they get and the righteous anger. But so it depends how you wanted to engage in it and what level you're going to try to get people to unite on things. And when we're talking about the animal issue, well, you can talk about that like I have in my earlier work, and now I don't really talk about it because I'm more focusing on trying to get people to even get on the human level, because this is what I talk about. And I think I had an infographic in my morality presentation where the circles of identification and compassion. If you're not even at the point, so great on the vegans who get there but are still statists. There's like a conflict there, but they've managed to put their compassion and circle of identification larger than even their own species, and that's great that they managed to do that. That's a monumental effort to have gone beyond it. But a lot of people are still stuck in ego that they can't even face that, and so they got to start with what's closer to them, what they most identify with, which obviously is yourself, your own identity, and then you identify with yourself and your family and your friends and your community and your own species. And so that's where I think a lot of the work needs to happen, because realistically we're not going to free the animals that we're exploiting while we're still exploiting ourselves and enslaving ourselves. So that doesn't mean you can't work on it. That doesn't mean you can't talk about it. But I think the majority of the focus should be on getting people to do the shadow work, develop the self-love, to care that they are themselves enslaved, and care to activate themselves to do something about their own enslavement, which is engaging in the great work. And yeah, I'll leave it there for now. And if you guys want to add anything on that.
Hell, great point. And I highly, hell agree. There's a lot of issues that one can talk about, and what man does to animals is a huge issue, and it's a big problem. But sadly, it's a problem that most people just, like, even when I've tried to, hell, talk to people, hell, about these issues, they really don't care. So I have to find a way, to kind of meet them at a common ground in order for information, to somewhat flow through. So when I relate it to a human, a human to human health experience, a one-to-one health experience, or I relate it to a loved one, who they may care for, then there is somewhat of a more connection, because it's more relatable to them. That's not to say that they're going to take in everything that I say, because most people don't. Because once that conversation hell is over, then they're back to their subconscious programming, and they've forgot about it, because that short-term memory never really gets properly installed and turned into long-term memory. So it's just pretty much like in through one ear and out the other. But yeah, trying to find some form of common ground when you are having these conversations is key. And that's why I say, like, you need to have like multiple tools in your toolbox, because one approach may work on certain people, and then it may not work on others. And yeah, hell, I'm a big fan of vitriol. Because it's supposed to be there to help break down that hard substance, that hard hell calcification, that ego that most people are sadly constructed in. They've thrown their hook down, and they planted their hook into the ground, and the ego said, I'm not moving. Oh yeah, and there's always work to do. There is always work to do. You can always, help, not just, work upon yourself, but what we are doing is a craft. So I spend a lot of time trying to get better at this craft, when it comes to doing this work. Yeah, I have more time than most people, way more time than most people, but so I can split my time, doing, that internal work, which should never be, negated. And then, learning how to, harness and, mold and fine tune and sharpen my craft so I can get better and, learn more and have more tools when it comes to, trying to communicate this stuff and educate people. So yeah, there is always work, how that can be done. And like what I mean by getting better at, like this craft is there's a lot of tools out there that we can use. And my gosh, if we don't learn these tools, then eventually we're going to lose these tools. So we really need to take hell advantage of the stuff. And there are many classes to where how you can take for free, to where like you can learn how to do stuff like we're doing. How you can learn how to create slides like Kris. You can learn how to do a 2-hour live stream, like Derek does. It's really easier to do now than it was kind of like before how COVID or pre-COVID. But there's so many tools out there, and there is a level of sacrifice, there is a level of time, there is a level of focus, there is a level of care that needs to be dedicated to learn how to use these tools so you can get better at this craft. And that's something that should not be ignored, because you should always be trying to sharpen not just your your inner mind and your inner realm, but this craft as well, and get better at doing it. How doesn't mean you just focus on aesthetics, but this is a learning, a means to learn and a means to create. So
Get those conscious creations. Yeah. So what would be some of the stumbling blocks that would prohibit someone from doing those things, right? We're talking about disunity consciousness. And I really appreciate what you said. I'm not trying to we got to talk about this now, but it all ties in, and there's that competition within oneself, right? And you can see that being played out with their interactions with others, as well as just like constant comparing and all these things, and like the criticizing without the constructive aspects of it. I'm always down to refine and fine tune my craft, as well as a lot of folks that I'm in network with. And speaking of network, right? What is that about? Right? Because you have to actually, have proper interactions with people. You're corresponding with others, and how are you able to, stay on the same page, right? It's a lot easier said than done, yet for whatever reason, it's not always the case. Because, yeah, like you said, yeah, a lot of people are just on these different levels, and that's fine. And I feel like one of the things that, can be, one of these, I don't like the words, I'm not thinking about stumbling blocks, but kind of like a wall or something that's stagnating growth or movement towards actual collaboration is I guess meeting people at their level, or just being open-minded, right? What's up with the critical we're all critical thinkers, right? How how critical is your mind thinking about these things, and how open is it to other people's perspectives and stuff? And like, hey, are you able to work with what you got and what others have? You know, like think about any kind of job you have in real life. All right, like we're all in the same boat in this like workspace. Like, how are we gonna just make it happen, regardless of where everyone's skill sets are at? Because you know, it's obvious that uh, Neil over here, he's slacking on this stuff, so everyone's got to pull weight for a little bit more. Yet, he's still on the team. We need him to continue doing his stuff and encourage him and all this stuff. So, how can we, make the correction without, breaking his balls or what? You know what I mean? Like, even though it's like, I wish folks would have a little tougher skin sometimes, right? And folks take the things too personally, especially when you're talking about something that doesn't really have to do with them, but folks get those ego attachments. And so there you go. I'm kind of going off on a tangent, I think. But so in contrast to the competition, comparing, and criticizing, in the, negative aspect of criticizing, there are positive aspects of the constructive criticizing, but where's the compassion, collaboration, and communion to really forge that union of, or unity with folks? It's kind of like, I know it might sound cheesy, but an ex-girlfriend of mine said, in some kind of spiritual conversation context, it's like, are we not all trying to like walk each other home to whatever degree? In a sense, I'm thinking about that. It just popped into my head. Looking at this graph. So yeah, so it kind of falls back on like the each one teach one and stuff. We can learn something from everyone, even if we're not going to like everyone. We're not going to agree with everyone's whatever degrees of whatever they have to say in their perspectives, right? So how can we coexist? Yeah, it's really think about composing your energetic transmissions, not just through your vocal cords, but your body language, your eye contact, and so many different aspects of these interactions that seem to be not the same, in the digital realm as in real life. But anyways, guys, I'm toast, man. I worked too much and all that stuff. My eyelids are getting too heavy for me.
All right.
But yeah.
It's all good, but that's a
Yeah.
sacrifice, you're willing to do.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of sacrifice with the great work in so many aspects of one's life, and yeah, we're all compromised in life to a degree. Yeah, check out that episode we did on the One Great Work Warriors. Kris, thanks for bringing that up. Thanks for bringing this whole subject in continuation with the series. I love it. I love being a part of it, and yeah, I love trying to do what's right and necessary to usher in the proper heart-based humanity, more freedom for all, sovereign society type of stuff. So cheers. Take care, y'all. Thanks.
All right. Well, we didn't get to say goodbye, but bye-bye, Derek. You left pretty quick there. So, you wanted to say something?
Oh no, but hell, I know it's late where he's at because we did a recording last night, so he's probably hadn't got much sleep since then. Hell, if he had to work, so
Cool. And I found another infographic here. When I saw the path one, I saw, I did do a Trinity of Unconsciousness.
yeah.
So yeah, this is what we're talking about, the disunity consciousness. What I had in mind is the whole aspect of that negative pathway of the natural law expressions chart, fear. Well, it's a modification of it. It's not exactly like Passio did it, but
Yeah,
you have apathy and ignorance, and you have cowardice and laziness. So when you have ignorance, is I don't know, because you're not seeking the truth in some cases, or you might not know that it's even there to go look at, or you might willfully choose to not look at it for whatever reason. There's plenty of stuff that I don't look at. I choose not to. Like, I don't give a shit about, NFL or NHL or whatever, all the sports and other things that a lot of people care about. But I'll just bring that back in. Yeah, and then we have apathy. So I don't care. So you don't care for truth. And like I was mentioning, sports or whatever, well, those are trivial truths, not knowing sports stats or whatever. We're not talking about all truths. We're talking about quality truths. Mentioned that before in this Great Work Launchpad series. We're talking about the quality truths, and the highest quality truth is the definitive, objective knowledge of the difference between right and wrong, otherwise known as objective morality. So that's where you don't care about objective morality, you don't know about objective morality, and you don't feel like acting in objective morality, so you don't act in objective morality because of cowardice. You have fears of doing things. We talk about doing the great work, putting out content, putting your voice out, adding your voice to the voice of truth to make it bigger. Well, there's fears involved in that, and then there's laziness, just downright laziness. Even if you're not afraid, then you just don't feel like it, and you don't want to, and you don't want to sacrifice. So these are different levels of the trinity of unconsciousness, or the disunity consciousness, where we're not properly taking what we know. So if you do know moral truth, but then you're not caring enough about it to then overcome your cowardice and laziness in order to activate yourself. Man, I got these, like, I don't know, 0.5 millimeter size black flies getting in through the screen. And anyways, that's just a side note. Been doing gardening today, and it's just annoying, all the bugs that come up. But
water and sugar will take care of them.
water and sugar? You mean attract them more?
Yep, and they'll drown in it.
Oh, you just put it out. I thought. I was
Yeah.
thinking,
Yeah, just
rub
put
that
it in a
on your
cup.
skin. Put some water and sugar on your skin.
No,
I was like,
yeah, no,
what?
no, yeah,
That's
yeah.
gonna
Just put it in a
attract them
cup.
to me.
Yeah, just take some water and put some sugar in it or something sweet, and they'll drown in it. Hell, it's the thing, how we learn freaking the South. Yeah.
With black flies, you got black flies down there?
Well, we have like these little small gnats that are just annoying. And we do have flies, but it's more of like the small gnats that just find a way to get in like any small like cut through a screen or like any window or door sill, because they can be hell annoying. But yeah, we got flies, but
yeah, we got super small, like adult black flies, and then these like baby ones, which you can barely see. They're like the tip of a pin size. And we got horse flies and deer flies, which are huge flies that like rip out chunks of your skin.
Yeah, we don't have those, thankfully, but hell, I've heard about
them.
We
got that up here in the north, boy.
Holy crap.
Nasty big flies. They're huge. They're like twice the size of a normal fly, or 3 times. And then they like rip out chunks. They hurt. They fucking hurt when they get you.
Hell, I can't stand flies. And I remember it was like I was reading a book on symbology, and they were saying like one culture, how they respected the fly because it represented a means of persistence, because the fly will keep coming. Yeah, and it's just so, I know. Yeah, so
Get on that rotten food. Get on that pile of shit. Swarm around that shit. All right, enough bug talk. I guess we'll get
Yeah.
back to the
Bug talk.
yeah. So I guess that's what I talked about. And then at the bottom here we have. Do you know about the problem? Well, a lot of people in our society as well. I don't know, and I don't care. That combines ignorance and apathy. That famous. Do you know what apathy and ignorance are? And people say, "Oh, I don't know what it is, and I don't care." So I don't know if
True.
you want to talk any more about that.
Yeah, because you also talked about the dark trivium. Would you correlate these two, together, and how this is, how I would say majority of us get through that first state of ignorance? It's because, you know, that dark trivium, as far as like dark grammar or perverted grammar, is being bombarded, like we are bombarded, with that, and we don't know how to correctly go through or gather information to get to that next step of logic, which you know um would lead toward not being logic, or um the false notion of logic. So would you kind of put these two, together, the dark trinity of, or the trinity of unconsciousness, and the dark trivium, is I want to say you called it in your earlier work? I think you're muted. Kris, you're muted.
God damn it! Sorry. I don't know how long I've been muting for. Yeah. So that's what I got here is a later version. Building off the trinity of unconsciousness. Then I tied it into the trivium. So yeah. So this one's for the masses, and I'll try to find the one that I had for the rulers or whatever. They have their own version of the trivium for the masses to be fooled. That one's actually nicer. Yeah, so the negative circle of life as opposed to the positive circle of life. This is talking about. Here, I'll just go get the other one. That's the original one, I think. Oh shit! Why is that so fucking small? Oh, I grabbed the wrong one. Where is it?
So this is what I was kind of talking about in my funnel 4 presentation, with the whole, perversion. Yeah. And like how we are taking that and just running with it. And like why we should be extremely careful and particulate on the information that we take in, pay attention to, and also the information we put in front of our kids, because it's highly crucial, because that right there is going to lead toward more problems if not done correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah. This slide. Okay. All right. Yeah. You called it limited grammar.
And this was the other one. Oh, they're both for the masses. Anyways, so we got limited grammar input. So control input of reality. What is available for you to be aware of? So all this relates to input of information, the knowledge, understanding, wisdom, where you're going to input, and then you think about it, how you feel about it, how you act on it. And the information is crucial. So for the masses to be fooled, well, they're limiting the grammar input. Is how the controllers control the flow of information. That's why censorship is such a problem. Because instead of you having access to the information and being able to apply the trivium in a free manner, well, they're limiting your grammar input. So they control the input of reality, what is available for you to be aware of, and then you're limiting that logical processing, restricting analysis capability from how to think to what to think. So they're not in providing you with the tools of how to think to do the trivium yourself. They're bypassing your own application of the trivium method and telling you what to think. And that's what most of the formal education is. And then the result is the limited rhetorical output. So you have limit words of usage, limited word usage, change the meaning of words, reduce the meaning, invent new words. And this is Newspeak in George Orwell's 1984. Newspeak is, there's like that one part where he's talking to George or something, and George is like so proud of the new edition of Newspeak because they like eliminated a bunch of words. So now instead
Yeah.
of saying like very good or something, it was like double plus good, and so they just like keep restricting the use of language and making it more limited, so you can't define and relate to aspects of reality. Because that's one thing Philip K. Dick said. I have that quote in several places in my work, that you limit the use of words, and you limit the ability to perceive reality, something along those lines. It's a really good quote. So in the end is what we have is we restrict imagination and consciousness. So all this control of the information and you're not able to have information on possibilities. So you're not able to even think of those possibilities or imagine new ones. You can't imagine those possibilities and you're not going to act on it. So it's restricting your consciousness. And language is used to control and limit consciousness, the control of reality through the ability to perceive and discern accurately. And the other one, well, that was the negative circle of life, which has it more in a visual way related to the first one I brought up here with thought, emotion, and action. And, whoops, where was I? Here. That, restricting thought. You have emotional mind control. So this one's different than the other infographic. So it's still restricting thought by restricting access, restricting that grammar. So that limited grammar, the other one was talking about limited logic and limited rhetoric. Well, these aren't the same as thought. And that's why I have my infographic of like the seal of Solomon, the two triangles. And so this one doesn't have the inverted triangle for the trivium aspects, but it has the trinity of consciousness triangle. So we're restricting thought when you limit the grammar. You limit the input of information. You control the flow of information, which is what we have a lot of, all that censorship. And so we get ignorance, less knowledge, and then also false knowledge. Instead of true knowledge, things that are true, you have false knowledge of things that are false, accepted as true. And so then even when you do apply logic, you're applying things in an erroneous way because you're going to be contrasting and comparing things and trying to filter it with things that you accept as false. And then you're going to be rejecting other information. So you're going to be increasing that limitation. You're going to get the grammar, I guess, as initial input, but then you're going to reject it because it doesn't conform to your false knowledge, the falsity that you're attached to. You're not actually reevaluating it. You have some false foundations in your epistemological and axiomatic framework. And so with that limited logic, and then we get that restricting of thought and bouncing off the emotions, well, you also have the emotional mind control, as Passio talks about it, where, the famous part that he talked about was related to police and the order followers, where someone has, someone they know is an order follower, and it could be like a child who has a parent and they're like, no, my daddy's a good guy. And like, yeah, maybe towards you and how you identify with them and how you feel about them and that you're a parent. But you're not looking at the global of who they are and how they're failing to live up to morality and how they treat other people. They're doing immoral things to other people. And they're engaging in emotional mind control because their feelings and how they feel towards someone and their identification and attachment towards someone else is clouding their honest evaluation of that person overall and what they do and their behavior overall, what their actions do and how they're initiating harm to others. So you end up with less care about moral truth or less care about what that person is doing because of that emotional mind control. And then Yeah, so we already talked about the limited rhetoric, and restrict possible action and behavior. So then you're not going to, tell your father, hey, what you're doing, I don't, I like you and I like how you treat me, but your job is wrong. So people will not tell their parents even if they know about it because they don't want to jeopardize those relationships. And so that's the cowardice and the laziness, the less courage and will part. What do you got to say?
Yeah, I was gonna say about the yeah, that does lead to cowardice, and reminded me of a story that I had to endure when I found out an employer was stealing money from me. And I don't know how long this was going on, and this was like right around like early COVID. And I don't make that much money being a umpire. Like hell, I make enough just to pay the bills, keep food freaking the table. Every now and then I'm able to buy something hell that I need. But yeah, I found out this individual was stealing from me, and I was literally faced with a dilemma. And I had you know gained some knowledge. I had verified it. Then of course that led to an emotional her response. But then when it came to that third, I it was two things. I could either have been a coward and chose not to have done something because I knew it was going to hit me financially. And not only was it going to hit me, it was going to affect a lot of like other umpires. But I had to stand on principle. And I still blew the lid on what this individual was doing. So when he was talking about that, like the whole thing of cowardice, hell sprung up because hell, I was faced with the opportunity to do the right thing. And if someone's stealing money from you and then stealing money from multiple people, regardless of whatever emotional hell attachment or like financial hell attachment, you still have to do the right thing. And it wasn't easy because like no one wants to be hit financially, and especially during COVID when most of us was already hit hard financially. But hell, just looking at the slide, hell, that's what have popped up. But yeah, the whole limited grammar, um that's something that right there, with the censorship. And that's what we see is when you start to limit grammar, then you can start to control how not just the way people think and shape how the way they think, but you in a sense can start to control her reality, the fake how molded how matrix version. Because then right there how you can lead people to pretty much do whatever. And then those people who take that limited grammar or that perverted knowledge, once the truth is put in front of them, majority of them because they've built those false axioms and like dogmatic how worldviews based on that limited grammar, they will deny or turn down true correct information. And that's like the other part is when you try to give individuals this information, they turn it down because like you said, it doesn't fit to their molded paradigm. It doesn't fit to this negative trivium that has been installed. And then that also leads to false solutions that are being held thrown around. People think that we're going to get to freedom by doing all of these other things, but no mention of morality, no mention of shadow work, like no mention of moral education of the youth, no mention of trying to raise consciousness. Of course not. Like why would we ever mention that? But it leads to more falsity and more things that don't lead to what the individual says they want, and it leads us further and further away from freedom. and keeping that pendulum on the modality of slavery. But yeah, this right here has, hell, I've been talking about this more, because people just look at the trivium as a means of truth discovery. But like I, heard James Corden say in one of his talks, like the trivium has also been used as a means to pollute, by way of, like what we are talking about and what, Kris has put into the slide. So that's why we need to have that correct information, so we can do the due diligence ourselves, so we can learn these things, then therefore we can start to weed these things out of us, and of course start to try to educate others. But without the correct information, that's not possible, because when you truly understand this, you can see how this is so evil, so insidious, because they are actually poisoning the well in which individuals go to drink. And I'm not talking about like a physical drinking, I'm talking about like a symbolic drinking. They're poisoning the stream of information by way of the limited grammar, by way of the perverted grammar. And therefore you go and you drink from this, this poisonous well, by taking in this limited grammar. Then that right there, poisons the mind. It poisons the thoughts, poisons the hell emotions, and then it leads to, hell improper, behavior, or hell cowardice. So it's really insidious. It is straight evil. I know. Hey, I'm the one person who's like highly familiar with your work. So
Oh, why is this muted again? Man, my mic got muted this whole time. I don't know what's up
I
with
know.
OBS.
I was hearing you.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah,
but
you.
I mute it here. It's this. When I switch to your view, so I think all the other times that I was talking about when I switched to this view. Shit. Well, anyways. So what I was talking this fucking bullshit OBS. So yeah, I have like 3 scenes for a single guest, and I have 3 scenes for adding images, and one of them was muted. So this is the one that was muted with you. So yeah, anyways, what I was saying is people don't want to hear things. You're going to be arguing with a wall. And, you can put pressure on people. You could be repeating things. Do you want to argue with a wall, whether it's a troll online? You want to argue and convince them. There are people in your personal life, people somewhere else on the different paths that we walk. People morally not united with you, and they're at a lower, they're more morally relativistic. Well, do you want to argue with them? Okay. But if they don't want to hear it and they're stuck in whatever they're attached to, then you're essentially arguing with a wall. You're not going to be advancing anything. Because what are we trying to do? Which is what I was mentioning before. Well, what's the great work about? The great work is about creating content in a formalized way so that it's logically structured and you're presenting ideas that people can consume and make sense of things. That's what the great work is supposed to be. Now, if that is your goal, then are you achieving that goal when you focus on one person or 2 or 3 or a group or whatever, and you're going to criticize them or whatever, and you're going to try to convince them of something? Do you think it's going to work? Well, I think you're arguing with a wall. So, moral relativists in anywhere, you could put the information out, but if they don't want to hear it, then you're taking that time you have where you could be creating new content or explaining more things in more detail, and then that time is better spent doing that, because that informative content, which can elevate consciousness for those willing to consume it, will have been created, versus taking your time to target people who aren't on the moral path that you walk. They don't get it. They don't want to get it. They reject it. So you're going to be investing your time and focusing on an individual or a group or whatever, and your time could be better spent doing other things, which advances the cause of creating freedom, true freedom. And that means putting out content which has value to elevate consciousness because it's bringing some quality truths and amplifying the voice of truth for that effort, for people to potentially come across it and then learn from it and then change themselves and engage in that shadow work. But if you're just focusing on certain individuals or a group of people and they already don't want to hear it, they're not going to listen to you. So you're essentially just wasting your time. So what's the point? Like, okay, you want to keep doing that, but you're arguing with a wall. So what is the point? You're not even valuing your own time in the way I see it. So, probably you should reevaluate how you value your own time and put it into something that's going to be more beneficial to that overall effort of the goal of the great work, which is achieving true freedom. Because putting your time and attention and persistence and energy and all that into just focusing on moral relativists who don't want to get it, don't want to hear it, are too attached to their ego, to themselves or whatever, and you're arguing with the wall. So what's the point? You gotta move on. That's what I learned long ago. I guess like 15 years ago. You can you can have a conversation, and once you see, because people can talk, and then you can see their consciousness. You can see what state it's in, and then you can see, well, is it worth it for me to invest more time in this, seeing as how rigid they are? And like I said, if it's someone you care about, then you can do like Passio did and with his mom, and then after 20 years, she's finally going to start to get it or whatever. But, it's how much do you value your time, or how much do you value the other person that you want to invest it in them? But online people, like, there's tons of people that are moral relativists, and, regarding our community and natural law movement, I'm not part of any movement. I'm collaborating with people who have a goal to end either all enslavement or most enslavement, and I'll collaborate with different people at different levels and maybe help them out on something that they're doing and or do something together with them. But I'm not part of like a group identity, like a movement or a community or anything. I'm my own person. Everyone's their own person. And I'm not getting attached to like a community or a movement of natural law or a freedom community or movement or whatever. We're just all individuals we say we have certain goals, and some can be more aligned with those goals and some can be less aligned. But like I was saying earlier on, there's this aspect of compromise and being in the trenches and in the war. Well, the war all of us are against, we call it the New World Order. Well, it's about our enslavement, imposing greater enslavement. So you can align with different people in temporary blocks of your life. So for 1 hour each day for 2 weeks, or a 2-week period, or a month, and then that's it, and you never talk to them and you don't associate with them, you don't collaborate afterwards with that, or you do an interview with someone that's like, you view them as morally relativistic, but you do an interview, you share your information, and maybe it has an impact on them and influence them. But if you're just going to be going on the interview and then you're going to be like, you're a fucking piece of shit, and what the fuck's wrong with you, and all this shit or whatever, and you want to be vitriolic and insult them, well, you think that's going to have a positive influence upon them to try to elevate their consciousness? Well, I don't think so. And, that's why Passio, when he goes on other people's interviews, he's calm and collected and respectful. And then when he's on his own show, he's like he's talking about people in general who aren't engaged and haven't gotten into the war. They're not in the trench. They're not in the battle. And he recognizes that there's other people at certain levels of consciousness, certain levels of moral alignment that aren't at his moral alignment, but he'll take the work where he can get it, take the help where he can get it. He'll, say, thank you for joining in the effort, for joining in the war and the spiritual war and the info war, and doing some part in your part to advance the cause. Even though we're, in my infographic, we're not on the same path, we're not on the same moral unity, but there is in that there's a commonality of a goal, even though it's not exactly the same goal. In the people at a higher moral level, they have like, a bigger circle, and then the people at the lower moral level will the intersection of your goals could be smaller, but there's still a shared intersection, as opposed to people who are uniting with you at a higher moral level. They'll have a higher intersection of that unity and that goal that you're trying to achieve. So even at this lower level, the more morally disunited people who are more morally relativistic, you still have a shared goal in some aspect of, attaining, increasing freedom and decreasing enslavement. So that's where there's this aspect of compromise, and you could be a purist and stay at your level and only accept people at your level. And okay, that's fine. You're not going to have as much of an impact though, because you're not going to be influencing the people at those lower levels. And if you're antagonistic or have animosity or, verbally abusive or whatever and towards them, well, you're not going to have much of an influential impact. And, like Passio can do it, and it's not for the babies who want to be spoon-fed, He's looking for the adults and making them into teachers. And if that's the path you want to take, well, don't be surprised if people don't want to talk to you, like Passio. A lot of people don't want anything to do with his work. And when you do your own work, well, you could do it the same way, and you could be even more rigid in, who you want to associate with in terms of moral unity versus moral relativism. And well, that'll be your choice, and that's what you're going to get, is based on what you choose to do, and then you'll have more people dislike you, but you got your moral integrity and you're sticking to it, and that's fine. But you're not going to work with other people and collaborate towards that smaller goal that you share in common, because you're just looking at, well, everyone has to align with me on this bigger goal. And if you don't align with me in this totality of this overarching goal, and you're only here, well then I'm gonna swear at you and call you names and whatever, and throw shit in your face or whatever. I don't know. I'm at a loss for words, but you know what I'm saying is, you got to choose what you're trying to do, and there's always going to be compromise. If we only stuck at where we were at, and we're only nice and trying to work with people at where we were at, then things would be even worse than they are, as bad as they are now, in terms of the movement and the community or whatever, and the people who are working into creating this type of content. There would be even less people being influenced because of that severity of that vitriol and that acidic type of interaction that you're providing with people, because people aren't ready to hear it. Just like, Passio had his way, and, he's looking for the real men, the real women, not the babies who want to be spoon-fed. And you can do it that way, and like, okay. And like, I'm not saying I have a problem with it, because I'm not part of identifying with the community or the group of anything. And if you're going to attack certain people, and that's another thing, to attack people, well, are they not doing any work, or are they doing work? Like Passio's talked about a lot. Like, he's not going to attack people who are doing some of the work because they're actually involved, so they're in the trenches, even though you wouldn't associate with them and you don't like them necessarily, but you're there beside them figuratively in the trenches fighting the war. So it's like, yeah, okay, thank you for being there. And yes, you have more work you can do, and you can put out your own content and, create like here's a 10-step program to elevate yourself in moral unity and moral alignment, and, get up to the level of other people. And I think that's probably a better approach, rather than trying to bring people down who are in it in some capacity. Again, they're in it at this level. They're not in it at your level at the bigger level, but they're in at it at a smaller level, so that's already something. And rather than try to tear them down, try to create content which could be tailored at a psychological level, since if you can see their inner psychological state, their inner state of consciousness, then you can see where they're maybe something that is blocking them, and then you can create content that targets like that aspect of self-knowledge that they lack, and then create a series of content. That's sort of what I'm doing here with the Great Work Launchpad and the shadow work, is trying to get people access to information where they can come across it, and then it'll get them to think about their own inner state and then try to improve themselves. And so if you see people or a group that's at a lower level and you can see their state of consciousness and what's blocking them, then you can create content in an impersonal way, which doesn't specifically target them. And, you know, I'm going to point at you and make fun of you and look at you over there. You're an idiot. And, you know, and then that just makes them, you know, if they're just starting out or something, you know, that could lower their self-esteem, because they're, you know, that could diminish their, you know, the people are attacking me, I'm not liked, well, I'm just not going to do it anymore. You know, there is this aspect of, you know, in addition to the compromise, it's not tearing other people down necessarily. So you can talk about people specifically, but, you know, Passio doesn't do it for a reason, because people are in the trenches with him in some capacity, not as deep or as hard-hitting or as devoted as he was, but they were doing something. So it's something, and it's something that can be improved upon. And then you create content, and that can influence them to up their game or influence their own shadow work and development and moral unity to understand things better, rather than try to tear them down or like turn your, as he said, you know, it was like you're in the trenches and fighting the enemy, and instead of fighting them, well, you're turning the gun on the people beside you in the trenches, because that's exactly one of the podcasts that he said was like exactly this symbolism, this metaphor of you're fighting a common enemy. Like I said, you know, even if it's at this level and it's not at your level, well, it's still at a common level of some kind. And instead of continuing to target that level and maybe influence them, hey, you're aiming over here at this little part, but if you aim over here, it'll have a much bigger impact or whatever, you know, metaphorically. You know, and you're instead just shooting at them. Well, you're not. Your eye isn't on the actual target. You've turned it on the people in the trenches with you, and then you're going to target them. And that's not beneficial to the overall effort of the great work and the goal of actualizing true freedom, because you're going to be, well, turning the weapon on the people already in the trenches with you, who are, you know, maybe less morally unified. Maybe they're doing more content than you are, even though you're more morally unified. So there's this other dynamic too, is that maybe they do have more content. Maybe their content is more targeted at you than yours, even though you're at a higher moral level. They're doing better informational content creation in order to elevate other people's consciousness. So there's that other dynamic that oh yeah, well, they're not as morally united, but, you know, rather than me target them as like, oh, well, you're not as morally united as me, you know, recognize that, oh, well, the content they do create is more targeted towards that great work goal of true freedom. And, well, maybe you could do the same, rather than turning your gun on the people in the trenches with you, fighting that common enemy at whatever aspect that they're able to visualize it and target it, and you can see more of it or whatever, and you're working at a larger level trying to target more of it, and they're targeting a smaller part. Well, you know, you can see like, oh, well, yeah, maybe that's more effective, actually focusing on that enemy that we share in common. Or, you know, if you want to target your bigger enemy overall, well, focus there instead of focusing on the people that are in the trenches with you. As Passio was saying, that you're not helping the great work, essentially, because you're shooting the people who are in the great work with you. So it's like diminishing the amount of people. It's like if it was real, you know, you'd be shooting the people who are on
You're only
this.
hurting yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty much.
In that
Yeah.
overall goal, you'd be shooting them and killing them. We're not actually doing that when we criticize or the people who target other people. We're not actually killing them, but whatever. It has its limitations. The analogy, it's not a perfect analogy, but you get my point. So go ahead if you want. I've been talking
because
for a fucking long time.
if that was, of course you're talking about and hell analogy, but if that was, like a real, war scene and you started shooting your own team, then there's less people there to fight back. So then therefore, if there's less people to fight back, then the enemy is just going to take you over a lot easier and faster, which should be common sense. And I don't know why, we have, like other people who claim to be doing this work attacking other people who are doing this work. Like, that's not what we need. That just brings more disunity. If you are truly about freedom, if you're truly about how natural law and true unity, then you don't have to agree with everybody. Lord knows I don't. That's totally fine. That's not what it's not about. Agreement. There are many people who create content that may not be on the moral aspect of things, but they still bring some level of good information, toward the battle. And I have, more respect for those individuals because, hey, what they are doing is still somewhat of a contribution compared to some individuals, may understand the moral aspect, but they're not doing anything. So yeah, I totally, get what you're saying. And I understand, why all this going back and forth and trying to he'll attack people. It's just, to me, it's just childish, and we don't really need it. It really does bring down the overall effort, when it comes to true freedom, because it's not that many, like, it's really not that many true teachers, doing this kind of work. So why would we try to bring some of them down, with ad hominems and just childish, hell attacks? It really does um do more negativity to the overall bigger picture. And that's the thing. Step back and get a different perspective, get a different angle, and see the bigger picture here, that is supposed to be about freedom and end of slavery. And we're not going to get to that if we have people in the trenches turning their guns, of course, talking about symbolically using an analogy, and shooting the ones who are right beside them. We really don't need that. So, but yeah, I totally get what you were saying, and I hope more people will start to understand that and put whatever smaller differences held aside and see the bigger picture is supposed to be about ending slavery, learning more about ourselves, trying to spread this message of objective morality. So maybe one day, not in our lifetime, sadly, the next generation or the generation, after that, can truly experience freedom, because that's what this is supposed to be about, doing the great work and serving truth.
Yep. So I think we're good to end it there. Been almost an hour and a half.
Yeah.
I'll have to note my.
And I'm sweating.
Yeah, me too. I closed my window because those mini black flies were a problem, and yeah, hopefully I don't have this mic problem again. I think it was the whole part on the blue slide for the disunity consciousness. We're talking about that when Derek left, and so that's a big chunk that would have been muted. But,
if you're going to be using OBS like that, you may want to invest in a stream deck. It really does help, if you know what that is.
I'd like a box where you control levels and inputs.
Yeah. Hello. That's it. Yeah. Yeah, you can kind of see it. Yeah, right here. Yeah, it really does.
Well, I don't know why it was muted. Yeah, in the audio mixer, it was like muted. It wasn't muted in the other views. I know it's happened before, and then like someone in the chat, like Theo, would tell me, "Oh, you're muted," and I'm like, "All right, thanks." this time I didn't notice it, and and then I eventually noticed it, and well, so I'll have to check the video and make a note when I upload the video to be aware that there's gaps in the audio for a certain time period, which sucks. But at least the infographics are there. I guess people can stare at them for 20 minutes while there's
And
there's
the overall message can still be understood. That's how good your slides are.
yeah.
So,
I was basically just reiterating them, but in more detail. Yeah. So thanks again for coming by, and I guess next week, I don't know. We might revisit the apathy, ignorance, cowardice, and laziness. Maybe tie it into. I know I keep coming back to this, trying to get into it for like the past 2 or 3. I feel we're not. I don't know. We're not getting into it too much. Like we're skating around it, but I think there's like more. There's more stuff to flesh out. There's more stuff that we can dig up around it to be more in detail. I'll or maybe think about something else, and we could start with like a wrap up on that to go in detail, and then go into something else. Oh, I have more notes here that I didn't even get into. So yeah, we could talk about the whole aspect of not being united with moral truth that is known and still creating evil, and how that ties into self-loathing and self-love and needing to do self-respect, and the disunity of and thinking and knowing that the great work is needed but not doing it, and saying you want true freedom to happen but not doing the requirements. Or I might have talked about that last time. Anyways, I'll think about it and try to see what the next one will be. But next week, episode 7, shadow work 5, and we'll get more into shadow work stuff, which will have many more weeks to come. So thank you again, Brandon. Appreciate you coming by. And
thanks for having me.
See you next week.